Hey everybody, how you doing? It's so funny. Y'all don't see what be going on behind the scenes. Do y'all hear echo on your end? Y'all don't be hearing what be going on behind the scenes. If only if you knew what be going on behind the scenes. Uh oh, here we go. Gotta hear it. Mm-mm-mm. How you doing today, D?
I'm good. How are you, Tim?
I'm awesome. Did you enjoy the last show?
I did. It was very informative. A lot of good information that people can implement now.
Yep. Katie King, welcome back. Thank you for the super chat on the last show. We appreciate you. Again, want people to take away from the shows. We want you to take away stuff now for execution. What's going on, Tech Girl Christian? We want people to have execution. I saw where everybody was from. Some people was out from Belgium.
I mean, we international.
International flavor. Ooh,
Holla, holla, poppy collar,
hold on.
as
Pop
they
it
do
up.
it in the bay.
That's how y'all do it.
Hmm.
We was giving you, yeah. I hear you. Yeah. I mean, there was more to that video. I have not even finished that video that those two guys had. I haven't even finished it yet because I knew that was gonna be a little lengthy and so forth. I was just my sister called me and she's like, "You need to break this up and do. You need to do like 6 segments on these shows because
Not a
the
whole six
information is a
segment.
lot and you need to break it up." What's going on, Tara? Good. I'm glad you picked up some gems. Yep. But again, I just want you to be able to execute. Execution is important. Now, last week we gave away on the first show, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, do you think we should give away on this show
Maybe next week.
next week? Okay.
Hmm.
I'm following D. D say next week. It's next week. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share. See, I think we're live on Facebook, Twitter. Oh man, we got to get live on LinkedIn. But you said we don't get people on LinkedIn a lot.
LinkedIn is more of a week thing. So if we do something during the weekday, like a between 9 and 5 ish, I mean, I don't really think LinkedIn is a weekend type of thing. Our numbers are always very low on LinkedIn, and I'm not sure if they can catch the replay, if
Mm,
that makes sense.
yep.
So
Yep. It's almost time for us to start doing some hiring. We need people working the social media.
I have so many disclaimers for that statement, um, but I'm going to keep them to myself
No, don't keep it to
for
yourself. Go ahead.
job description.
No,
It's not like we haven't had people behind the scenes working on things that are
mm,
starting things, but the work ethic, I'm just like, man, where is it? Where it's waste my time. It's put me back behind the gun on so many projects. So when so many projects, when I'm promising something and it's not delivered, 9 times out of 10, it's somebody that I have hired and they have disappeared. They got more excuses than I was gonna say something my grandma would say, but I'm gonna just keep that to myself. But they got too many excuses. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, as for me, as somebody that is a contractor that worked with, entrepreneurs, business executives, like your word is your bond. If you say you're gonna do something and you're gonna deliver it, deliver that. But me, when you don't have any net and you are working, these projects and that's your money, I don't play no games when it comes to that. My ends. And if I can't deliver it, I'm going to let you know why and what I need in order to get that handled. And if it's my fault, I'm just going to take the blame. Like, that's part of being an adult. So,
Mm-hmm. What's going on, CMC? How you doing? Well, this show is a little different than the last one. I mean, I could keep going on the other one, but I won't do it to y'all this time. That'll be fun. I keep it fun this time. More informative of how to get informed on what's going on in tech and so forth.
and what are you going to keep more fun? Like, investing, learning about money, those things are fun for you. So I don't see how you can make it funner unless you just, it's a game show. Like,
I mean,
it's something that you enjoy.
like, like getting into the different types of annuities and peeling back the layers of that, um, peeling back the layers of well, which company, yeah, being broke ain't fun. Which company should you be using? Like if you are gonna set something up on the outside, um, talking about that. When I say on the outside, I mean outside of your 401k that you already have. Like, what are you gonna use? Like when I first got started, when I moved to DC, I started. I was investing in Clorox and Amazon and Microsoft back in 2008,
Mm,
right? And I started with Edward Jones,
mm,
and it was like buying $100 of each stock, right?
mm,
Buying just a share, just $100 of each one, and coming out your paycheck, and you're like, man, like, is this really working? Am I making any money?
mm,
You know, not knowing, not really getting the right things and so forth. So, um, but now, it's not the fact that retirement is coming up for me. It's the fact of I enjoyed the creative process of creating the different strategies to get you to retirement. That's what I like, right?
right,
Not
right,
just, okay, I invest in my 401k and do this. Oh, snap. I didn't know they consider buying a new home every 2 years. I didn't know that.
right. And then I think also, like for me, um, I spent a lot of part of my career being self-employed or working jobs. Like I was a bartender in college. That's a cash job, and
A
so
bar temperatures.
I was a mixologist. So I found myself, um, I had a Roth IRA back then where I was making, I had my own strategies for back then. I was buying CDs, and then I was saving money, and then when my savings hit a certain amount, I would buy a CD, and then also I would put a certain amount of my savings into the Roth. And I always called it the rainy day fund. I didn't know what really, how the depth of what I was doing, but I knew I needed a vehicle to save money
Mm,
because I didn't have a net. Like, what does that look like if I'm not a W-2 employee? So I found those vehicles. And, when I needed it was a penalty, but I was able to go there and, live off that money, for a while, and it was good. Also, I appreciate the fact that, yeah, we want to start investing earlier. It's beneficial, but it's no time like the present. Like you can start right now and still have something for yourself. You
mm-hmm,
might have to be a little bit more aggressive with that strategy, but you can go ahead and get it. You can start doing something now.
mm-hmm. And
It's
not only
never
that,
too late.
yeah, and not only that, I want people to be able to have a conversation with each other about it, right?
Right.
But and I know some of you all sit down with your kids and stuff and watch the show. So I want you to be able to have the conversation with your children to ask you questions, and you know how to go look it up, and you know how to go search out and seek people. Like one show that I want to do, and this may be a Patreon, I don't know, is how do you find a financial advisor? What are the qualifications that you look for? What are the qualifications that you look for a wealth manager? I'm not sure when you say penalties.
I said when I withdrew from my IRA, there was a penalty. It's a 10% penalty if you withdraw early from an IRA. And so that 10% is basically paid to the IRS. So your bank sends you a 1099 at the end of the year, and you have to pay taxes on that money. And so that was a, shoot, it was a recession. I was willing to take that L at the time. But as in the earlier show, if you were there for the earlier show, they were telling you different strategies on withdrawing money from your IRA and what you can use them for. Unfortunately, I wasn't purchasing a home. I wasn't the qualifying age. I was just using that money to live at that time. So that's what I mean about penalty.
And another thing I want to talk about, that I see oftentimes on Dave Ramsey, that is often not a fear of mine, but a fear of the messages that are being pushed. There was one show where a lady called in. She had been married for 40 years. Her husband passed away, and she didn't know where the information was. She had no idea how much money was in the account. She didn't know how to access the account. She didn't know anything. And to me, that's a problem, because now we're at the point now where she don't even know how to live. And so I see this thing being pushed that, the woman's gonna stay at home and she's gonna take care of the kids, this, that, and other. But what about what I don't ever hear in these conversations is, yeah, she gonna stay at home and she gonna take care of the kids, but how does she help accumulate wealth and help build wealth while she's at home? You already know my theory. You know, you know my theory, D. Sorry if this gonna offend somebody, but it is what it is. I've been saying for years now that black men don't live past 55, 56, 57. The national age is 64.9, but we've been seeing differently whether you're healthy or not, and we saw that this past week. I won't say no names, but we've seen it. So, and I'm not basing it out for just that person. Hell, what's his name just died. The one of the guys from what was it? I can't wait another minute, from Waco, Texas. What's the name of the group? High Five.
Uh,
High
High
Five.
five. Been
One of their
dropping
members
like
just died.
flies.
He was 49. Uh, what's his name? Died at 55. Oh baby, you got what I need. What's his name?
A Bismarck.
Bismarcky, right? He died when he was 55. Like, you can't tell me
They
him.
slay. I mean, they're just
K
dropping
Slay.
like flies.
Yeah, like he couldn't get over, the thing.
I
But
mean, I had a friend the same, and I tell men all the time, and even I had a really good friend, and we would, when I lived in California, and we will run up. San Francisco has a lot of hills, and I'll meet him every morning, and we would run up like this really killer hill where he just prided himself with his stamina of running this hill. And I was like, but your diet sucks. I was like, everything that you eat is either fried or sauteed, or you don't eat no vegetables. Like cardiac arrest, heart disease, those things are silent killers. Like, you can exercise and go work out and lift those weights, but if your diet don't match, your mental don't match, I mean, it's purposeless. Like, you can be strong and unhealthy, so it is crazy. But the lady's situation, she was 60 plus years old. My mother is 60 plus years old. I can't, you can say they're from a different generation, but my mama, she gonna know what's going on. Like, she just gonna, like, I don't understand why you don't know. Like, look, Earl, what's going on? Where is the envelope? Where is the folder? You know, like, I don't understand where you don't know where nothing is.
Well, hey, I told you my situation. I was married, right? And my husband would go out to sea, and then I would get phone calls, and they'd be threatening me, like the people they were like, "Why are you not paying?" I was like, "I didn't know this wasn't being paid. How much is it?" Da. It's like, "How you gonna live in a house with somebody you don't know?" I was like, "I don't know." It's easy not to know. I can tell you that. Like, it's real easy.
It is easy not to know, but I need to know.
But
And
I
a
need,
lot of times
but
for me, and I understand why you didn't know.
yeah,
I mean,
it's a
your husband was away; he was gone along a
well,
lot of the time.
not only that, like for me it was like, it would be like, you go check the mail and ain't no mail, but then the mail be in his book bag, and you didn't know it was in his book bag, so you have to go digging for it. This is true story right here, right? And but I'm just saying, I understand why I didn't know. What I don't understand is how you're 40 years and you don't know, right? So because I would have questions. And tech girl, tech girl Christian, you were saying you don't think understand why people think staying at home is unaware of finance. It's not that people are unaware of purposely unaware of finance. Sometimes, and I've seen this before. Some women who stay at home, they don't want to know. They's like, that's his business. He gonna take care of, long as I can do what I need
He
to
take
do.
care of us.
Yeah,
He's doing his
he
job,
he's doing
and
his
I'm
job. I
doing
ain't got
my
no
job.
questions. That happens often, more than care to people think to realize it. That happens. Another aspect of it is, it ain't none of her business, right? It ain't none of her business.
I'm laughing at myself because I went over there and tiptoed over there in the manosphere with you. I'm not going back.
No,
I don't
I
know
know we need to
why
do a
I
we need
did
to
that to
we need to do a
myself.
show on that. We need to do binary hustlers on that show.
After Binary Hustlers last week,
We got to do it on binary hustlers. Don't say nothing,
I
D.
tiptoed over there in the manosphere with Tamika. It is not rational.
That is not the manosphere.
It was manosphere adjacent. It was
That
real. The
they do
people
say
on the
manosphere
panel
adjacent.
were manosphere.
Yeah.
Period. For me, because I'm a communicator, a lot of stuff doesn't bother me. But when it comes to my well being and in relationship with people, I am a communicator when it comes to that. When it comes to the overhead and planning things out, that's what I need for myself. And a lot of the conversations that we had over there, they were not rational conversations. And in the chat and in the panel, a lot of men were not nice to me. They called me out of my name, but also I was being berated and bullied because I demanded my space. If you ask me a question, give me I listen to you, give me the opportunity to ask that question. It's first time there, so I got a lot of questions, and that whole space in being what people's roles are, or women being silent, and it was not a true partnership, and
That's why I
I
said we
think,
got to talk about this on binary hustlers.
no, yeah, it long story short, it comes down to communication with your partner, and that's what I was getting at. Like, a lot of the situations that they were bringing up were just not rational in my circle. It just wasn't rational. Like, you don't have these conversations. Like, it's just like she's supposed to go with whatever you say. And me and Tam had this
D is
conversation.
triggered at this point. She
No,
triggered.
no. It's on topic about what we're discussing, because at the end of the day, I think, it's one of those things about the man being the man and he's all knowing. We're human. I can't expect him to know everything like he's perfect, and likewise.
I ain't never
And
met a
that's
man
where
that knew
strengths,
everything.
huh?
I ain't never met a man that knew everything.
No, and that's where strengths and weaknesses, checks and balances come in, and that's why two people come together to bring their strengths and weaknesses to the table and work through that and walk that journey together. And it just was odd to me that here it is that we were just supposed to depend, like he just know everything, and everything that he said was law. Like,
uh-uh. This what I be thinking sometimes, because this is my own personal thoughts. These do not reflect the views of women in Linux, but
no,
do reflect the views of me, right? I do think I do think people be thinking that, you as a woman, that you're like this right here, like oh, oh, dear father, dear daddy, you know so much. Oh my God, you're gonna take us there. In the meantime, in between time, in his head, he was like, little do she know, I don't know shit. I'm about to go ask these people because I don't know a goddamn thing. Right? But it goes the further on to say is this: when you're in partnerships, relationships, whatever the case may be, somebody is gonna know something that you don't know, right? And then you got to take that and figure out, you both. When I say you, the you as the couple, the union, however that looks, has to take that information and say, okay, what are our next steps? What are we gonna do? And a lot of people don't like the fact that the like the woman gives input, and then some people like the woman to give input, and then some people don't want to hear what the woman, because my final say is my final say. And again, it depends. It depends. Like she could come from a family that is very financially savvy, and the mom and dad have been financial bankers and taught her everything about finances, and you don't know nothing. So what is she supposed to drop all that information she had and then trust you, and you don't know nothing? I don't think that's fair to either one of y'all
no, because
in the
you're a team
relationship.
at that point. And Christian said something, we also have to look out for ourselves. But if you're in a team, you are looking out for each other. Like, we don't want to go into a situation blind. You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, in my marriage, what used to bother me, because I feel like I'm a very fair person when it comes to certain stuff. Sometimes Tamika be looking at me like, when you gonna be over there? And I'll be like, not yet. I feel I'm very fair. I'm very objective about things, and I give people space to figure it out, right? And in me giving you that space, and for me, I need to know, like, how long is it going to take you to figure it out? And when are you going to say, I don't know? And not that you need some help, but let's figure it out. Like, that would bother me. I would think that is so crazy. Like, okay, how long is it gonna take you to fit? You not ready to tap me in the game, coach? Like, I'm ready to get in the game, coach. Like, what we gonna do? Because now time is lapsing, and whatever it is, we still have an issue. And there's more time and more time lapsing. And I'm just like, okay, we're not gonna work on it. You just want me to wait for you to figure it out. Like, and then I think that's where also tension can go, where it's just like, okay. And and that's some men's gripe, is that when women take the lead on some things, it's like, no, we are tired of waiting for you to figure it out. Like, your pride is not going to allow you to say that you need some help. at all.
Yeah.
But I got a
And
quick story on that. So when I was married, we our house had a heater upstairs and downstairs. So the upstairs heater went out. Me growing up in California, I was very familiar about the pilot light going out. I knew it. I could go light it, whatever. But at that time, I was a newlywed and I was working on just zippingit.com. Just zipping it. And so God whispered and was like, just wait. Just wait. The pot, I knew it was out. 1 month goes by. I'm cold. My my ex-husband buys me a space heater. I'm okay with the space heater. I'm suffering though. Old windows, the whole nine. So I'm suffering. It was 3 months. He had a friend that happened to be a HVAC technician. Came over and told him the pilot light was out and lit the pilot light for $75. I suffered in silence for $75 pilot light
in 3 months.
for 3 months. So it's like after that, it was just like, okay, I'm just gonna tap in. Like I can't, I can't, I can't.
Yeah.
In Brooklyn, it's not waiting for someone. It's checking in with your partner on situations. It's checking in. Me and Tamika are friends and we're business partner. It's a relationship. You check in on people that you are in relationship with. So
Yep. I agree. What you call it? Asked the question about what was it?
oh, is it the
About the
bank
banking
promise?
system. That's whole life. That's whole life where you're
Oh,
putting
infinite
in,
banking,
yeah, infinite banking. mm, I've heard it called a ton of
universal life
things.
policy.
Yeah, I heard it
It's
called a ton of
all
things.
several different things.
The 501k plan. There's actually a book out there called the 501k
It's
plan.
basically an insurance policy that you can borrow against. And
Yeah,
over time, the interest
yeah,
compounds. And so, what you started with is not what you end with. And you can borrow towards that um, lump sum that's in there.
yeah.
And you
So
can
the
choose to pay it back or not, but it's recommended that you pay it back.
Right. So the 501k plan use cash value from the whole life policy as a supplement or alternative to other types of retirements. So basically it would be, and there's a book about this. You can read it by Nelson Nash. You can look up Nelson Nash. Um, right. Here's his thing. There's a book, Infinite Banking Scheme, the whole nine. You can go deep dive off into what this looks like. A lot of people use it. Some people get mad about using it. It is what it is. But that's why I was talking about earlier about having a whole life policy, and you could take from that whole life policy a loan out, right? And then you can reuse that money to invest in something. But if you use that money to invest in something, you should make sure that you're investing in something that's going to give you at least a minimum of 62.2 6.2% return on that money. But you really want more because you want to be able to utilize that money that you're getting a return on to pay back the loan. Remember, you are the bank at that point, so you can write a promissory note. Another way you can use this, say somebody comes to you and they want to put down that 3.5% on their house and or whatnot, on that new purchase, and they don't want to take from their 401k, right? You could charge them 6% or 7%, whatever you choose, so that you can pay back the loan that you're taking out and also make money off of it, right? So now you become the bank. You take a monthly payments in from them, they drop it into, basically goes into the account and it pays back itself. So now you become a bank yourself, right? So it's just different ways that you could do this, right? Just different ways you could do that, utilize that as a strategy, right? Another book. It's this one's called the 501k plan. The other one is Be Your Own Banker. I have that one here. This is by Nelson Nash. Becoming Your Own Bank. Right here. This is one of the books that I wanted to talk and go over in our book club. I have a couple of other books that I want to talk about and go over in our book club too, but I wanted to start with that. So if you do decide to go down that whole like policy situation, you have aware of what your options are and how you can do it, right? What your premium is, what you're putting in, your age also affects that. Um, you do have to get a medical history or medical exam. That's still blood work, urine work, and they come back and then they do a rating on you, of course, as well. Another way to utilize that is, suppose you are uh, looking to start off with your situation with Turo or something like that. You get your car, you get a car, you get it financed, you use the down payment, from your whole life policy. You charge somebody more than necessary, right? To utilize your services, your car services, and then you go from there, right? So it's just different things that you could do where you're having money again having money make money in your sleep. Just different strategies. That's just some of the ways. There are way more ways, but I just wanted to highlight some of that, and go from there. Let's reading some of the comments here. Oh man, I see this is the check-in show today. Yeah, these do not reflect women in Linux at all. It's just things that we experienced, but we should really do a highlight on that show that we were on, because there were things that were said that I think that we should clarify or at least have a discussion of. Like, I'm not knocking. Let me clarify this. I'm not knocking any woman that wants to stay at home. I did it. I
Mm-hmm.
stayed I
I did
stayed
it.
I stayed at home. I just know that doesn't work for me. I just know uh it's only so much cooking and cleaning and I'm not even watching TV. Cooking and cleaning and organizing, that's gonna do it. I wasn't excited every day. I'm a thinker. I'm a brainiac. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I have my own business.
yeah, I just needed I needed that thing. But I was young, right? I was young. I starting a business, wasn't even thinking about
And
starting.
Marshana, I'm not explaining. I think here I consider us family in a way. In we're always going to be honest and open, transparent, as you will, about what was going on. And I know, especially in my 20s, I would be considered what they call an independent woman, but it was something that was always in me to just make sure everything was happening. And for those that don't know me, like, people are born innate with certain things. I'm a natural born organizer. Like, when Tam tells me a vision, I know how to execute it. That is just something that's innate in me. It's like a puzzle. It's the matrix for me. And so every situation, and for me, I needed to put my hands on it. So some people will call that control. And so for me at that time, going from a girlfriend into a wife and finding my energy and space within this new commitment we made to each other, I I felt like, I how can I dial back some things that I know that might be an issue, because now we're in a different space, and I want to give him the opportunity to find out what this new space means for him and what we can do together. So it is one of those things. And true, this is my late 20s, so it is one of those things where you bend and you move, and you try things, and sometimes stuff don't work. I'm still the exact same way. Like, When we gonna do that? What time? What? How long we gonna do that? What's that gonna work? Tam is the exact same way. I understand that. So how long you think that's gonna take? When we gonna get? When can we make that happen? Who we got to bring in? You find your tribe.
Yeah, I am. I get slow on execution sometimes.
Tam
Um,
is big vision. Tam is the visionary. She would, yeah, she's the visionary CEO. Like she got it. She gonna look it up. She gonna see it, and she's gonna rally the troops for it. And that's why she called me the fun police, because I'll be like, so it's gonna take this for that, and this how long it's gonna take. That's why she called me the fun police. And it's not that I am the fun police. I just want to be realistic about our expectations and then how we need to move these timelines. Can we fast track that? No. And if you heard her in the earlier show, she said she was a creeper. She is gonna creep some stuff in the plan and divert.
I do it in the show. I do it in the shows all the time.
For hours and hours and hours.
I can't help it. It just like I say, this stuff be coming to me. Oh, let me show you this, blah 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 blah, and then let me show you that, blah 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 blah. It's just what it is, right? Right. But I'm also the person that I'm gonna go out and integrate with everybody. Like Dion be like I ain't going over there to the management. I go over there because I be really wanting to know what is being said, so I can come back to the show and be like, well, that right there won't work. This is why, because the IRS said.
That energy over there. I was just like, and I am very animated, as everybody knows. I was sitting back in my chair, and so many people were trying to speak that were speaking at the same time. I was just trying to listen, and they were like, what's wrong with her? She mad. And I'm like, what? I'm like, all right, y'all. I've been over here way too long. It's time for me to bow out gracefully. Namaste. Nam Yoho
See,
Renge
Tony B was
Kyo.
like he was great on it, D.
Stay up.
See, Tony B said you was great on it,
Oh
D.
my God. If
Oh yeah, they called her masculine and everything.
what's
Oh,
so
somebody.
crazy about that is that they do so many. They are the gaslight over there. They have you thinking like you crazy. Like I didn't say that. In it is the town of do as I say, not as I do. Like if a woman is doing it, it's wrong. But if they do the same thing, they don't. I don't want to talk about it. My bad. My bad.
I
My
told you
my
not to
bad.
go down the road. You couldn't help it. You was triggered.
I need to go get baptized after going over there. That
You
thing. I
can't get
was like,
triggered.
what? I wouldn't even be in the chat. That energy. I was like, oh my God.
I got jokes. I
That's
don't.
because you go over there as petty T.
I, hey, they petty. I come over as petty T. Hey, it worked for me. I'm all right. All right, we're gonna move on. I'm gonna tell this real quick though, right? Because this happened last night. Because it was just funny to me. Anyway, they were talking about what is that? Person noise. They
I'm
were
not going back. You can't
yeah,
blame me.
yeah, yeah. So anyway, long story. Last night they were talking about alkaline diets. Yeah,
What?
alkaline diets, and men and how men need to get alkaline, this, that, and other. So I'm being petty T. Being petty T, I was like, some of y'all need more than an alkaline diet. Let's really get into it. And people like, what you mean? I was like, some of y'all be walking around here because they were talking about the strength in the, you know, and I was like, and some of y'all be walking around here with limp water hoses. Like it just be just ain't no strength. And I like, and some of y'all have 30 years of tartar on your teeth. Some of y'all ain't been to the doctor. Alkaline ain't gonna save you. I like, and then some of y'all,
Did you tell them about the tartar? You know how I feel about that
yeah,
tartar.
I told them about the tartar. Yeah,
Oh,
I was like, and some of y'all need to stop just brushing your teeth and scrape your tongue. I was like, some of y'all be walking around here with horse shit mouths. I told them all that in the comments. Told them all in the comments, and they was like, this must be Petty T night. I like, it is Petty T. Petty T is here. Petty T is here to let you know, and they already know. Cause that, don't act like it. See, this is the thing. This is what I don't like about this gender stuff
health
right
is
here.
wealth.
Right.
Yes.
This is what I don't like about the gender stuff, right? Everybody is always talking about what the woman should be doing, but women are trying to tell you what you are doing. We're telling you what you say what we should be doing. What we're receiving is this, right? Um, I didn't get a chance to bring it up, but I bring it up here. Hey man, stop walking around with bush gardens. Go on and groom that thing on down. Don't surprise a woman and be like, I'm a wildflower. That shit ain't hot. I'm just trying to tell you. It ain't hot. Right? Go on and knock that on out. Some men don't, right? Some men don't.
You mean manscaping in general, Tamika?
Yes. But I'm not gonna say it how pleasantly we gonna say it in the manosphere. I'm gonna say it how, I mean, over at Women's. I'm saying how
Oh,
they say it in the
they was
manosphere.
over there. They was treacherous over there. I
Look,
was like,
here's the other sign too, right? Because I hate seeing this when y'all men be playing basketball or y'all be working out and y'all throw up the arm and the uh and the deodorant be caked up under the arm. That shit ain't hot. I'm just trying
we
to tell
used to call it like 20 shots.
you.
And that was a hood reference. We used
That
to like,
when the deodorant start caking up under your arm and it look like
and it just be
breadcrumbs.
hanging on.
Yeah.
Just be, ah,
That ain't hot.
stop
I'm just
it.
trying to tell you from a perspective of how we see it, right? And then it's not here to be offensive to you. If because some people ain't never been told this. I'm just letting you know. It's just not hot. And women have the same problems too. There are some women, they be in the photos in they bathing suit and they be throwing up their arm and it'll be a whole trail of hair. Like that ain't hot. No, that ain't
Let me
hot.
tell
You
you, my
know,
godsons, they used to love to see me come and they'd be like, Auntie, and I'd be like, and they were young men, preteens, whatever, coming up, and they think they was real cute, but I'm like, you're musty. I
you
know
stank.
you not. I was like, I know you are not talking to no girl, and you are must. I smell you. You ain't gonna
You
handle
stank.
that. And it wasn't, and it was nothing where it was. They were offensive. They like, oh, you gonna do me like, you know, you must be my G. You must be.
You
Or
you're
they'll
mercy.
like,
It's mercy, Dion.
had a
It's
hand on
mercy.
my shoulder, and I'm looking at their fingernails. I'm like, you're not gonna get no girls. Look at that. What you gonna do? You gonna try to hold your arm around it? You got dirt on you. You need to go. Let me go to my car. Like we gotta clip those because you musty and you got dirty fingernails. Like you out here losing.
Out here
Let's,
smelling
let's
like
what we doing?
out here smelling like baby Billy Goats. Get that fixed.
No, my teacher used to say, my fourth grade teacher used to say, out here smell like pickles and onions. Just smell like pickles and onions. Just musty. And be fully dressed. Got on a fresh outfit
Ain't
and
nothing
just
like that.
musty.
Let me tell you, I was at the conference at the IFS conference, and I was walking up, and we ain't go. Well, I say I was walking up to a group of Indians, and I walked up, and I walked back because I was like, that's Billy Goat. That right there, he threw on Billy Goat today. That must be Billy Goat. He threw on Billy Goat today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Woo! You
He
gotta stop
smelled like
talking to
Billy
a
Goat.
guy
Hey,
because
let me
he
tell
was
you,
too
this is a true
musty.
story. It's a true story right here. When I lived in Atlanta, when I used to work at Marshalls. Right, I used to work at Marshalls, and I was working at Marshalls, and and this guy would come in. He took a liking to me, and he was like, "I want to take you out, this, that, and the other." I excused his funk that day because he looked like he had just came from working out. So I was like, "Oh, let me excuse the funk," because I was like, he smelled like a baby orangutan. I'm gonna leave that one alone, right? So he was like, "Let's go out." I said, "Well, I take my lunch at such and such a time." So he met me at IHOP. This is right up there off of not Windy Hill. What's the main road up? Car Parkway. This is the TJ Maxx up there, Car Parkway in the plaza. Uh See, you get off, it'd be a Wendy's, and then right up the street is a TJ Maxx. Over there in that plaza, what was it, Juicy Crab or Juicy Juice or whatever it is, over there in that plaza. Anyway, right around the corner used to be an IHOP, right? So I go over there and I get my chicken fingers. I was like, chicken fingers for lunch. They were tasty. They had blah blah blah. So we sitting down, and I'm like, man, what's this onion smell I keep smelling? Because it keep got stronger and stronger and stronger. And then I started getting a headache. I was like, is that him? He all dressed up in his white linen, smelling like a baby muskrat. I was like, this is not hot. So then I told him, I said, sir, my eyes was watering, my head was hurting. I thought I was gonna pass out. I was like, sir, I said, did you take a shower? He's like, in my culture, we don't take showers. He was African from Nigeria. We don't take showers. He's like, let's go. He was like, I was like, sir, I can't go back out with you again. So this time he was like, I want to go out to dinner. So it was a group of them. I was like, Lord Jesus, is this gonna be the Funk Fest? I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be Funk Fest or not. Right. So then I was like, I gotta be prepared for Funk Fest because this may be Funk Fest to the nth power. Let me get my, something I can smell, and let me get my Tylenol because I'm like, that shit gave me a headache. So he come pick me up, and he was like, babe, he's like, I took a shower. He was like, you could smell me. You could smell me. I took a shower. I'm ready for the dinner tonight. We're gonna go out to dinner with my friends. It's gonna be an awesome time. And I got in the car and I was like, I can't do it. Drop me off. I can't do it. I can't do it. I was like, the whole car is funky. And all of y'all in here are funky. Y'all don't take no baths. What is going on? He's like, I took a bath, but I didn't use soap. How you don't use soap? You stink. You smell like an orangutan and a billy goat or whatever else mixed. You stink. Like, no, I can't do it. I was like, look, don't worry about taking me home because that means I got to get in the car with y'all. Because you know how sometimes you be around somebody funky for so long, the funk rub off on you.
That's why they can't smell each other.
The funk just rub off on you. Now you funky. You all, now you smell like perfume and funk. You
Musty. You
just,
over there musty.
nah. No. So again,
But
don't
black
tell
soap
me
come from
about
Africa, and I got a closet full, so I don't understand what that his logic was about that.
all my life I had to fight. All my life I had to run from funk. And I don't know what it is, what with some of y'all men where y'all don't want to wash your butt. I don't know. I don't know if you don't know how to wash your butt. I don't know. I don't know if y'all need bidets, your feet crusty. You need to get something on them. Like you walk around with some men, they look like they've been kicking up chalk and bricks all day. Like, why your feet so hard? Why the corns on your feet so hard? They always be talking, giving that joke on Gina and them. And that now some of y'all, Martin, when they was talking about the lady would come in and get her feet and they check out the buzz saw the cup. Some of y'all men
Shit on
got
his
buzz
feet.
saw crust on your feet. Yeah, no.
Wash to the root and to
So
the to. You know what? I got a quick story.
We ain't gonna get to the show today.
We're gonna get to the show, true. So I met this guy. He was from Philly. He was cute. It was cute. He was cute. I met him out at night for, so I didn't see all the grill action. We went out to dinner at somewhere in Buckhead. And he was dressed nice, he was smelling good, he had jewels, he was nice. I went out with him. That tartar on that bottom row was like, he was looking for me on broad date, like with a flashlight. I was not answering the phone. I was like, oh, I think I kissed him. I was like, I was so outdone. So he finally called. He called me. I answered the phone, and I just had to be a big girl. And I was trying to say it in the most sincere, genuine, nice way. And he was like, man, we had such a good time. Where you been? And I was like, man, I enjoy you too. He was like, but what? I was like, man, it's your teeth. I was like, I'm not going to be able to do it. And, like, you are a nice guy. You're a nice looking guy. You should really go and check out a dentist for that. I mean, Rolex, jewels, everything. He was like, B, I'm rich. I was like, it went wrong. I said it went wrong. He was like, and he had a Rolex, and he talked to me so bad. I said, and I was really nice because I didn't want to like match his energy, because then I felt like I would have lost the message. And I was like, well, you know what? You really need to use some of that to go to the dentist. I mean, because you really should go to the dentist. And I mean, he called me some stuff. I had to call people and ask them what that shit meant. Excuse my French. I was like, what is a scrambler? He called me a scrambler. It was crazy, but I couldn't believe that he had brick and mortar, like somebody just said, gay petty too, on that bottom row like that. Like, you don't smell that? Like, you don't see that?
But that goes into another conversation too, right? Like, how do you, and I think this is for men and women, this is a question for men and women. How do you sincerely tell someone something without wanting to, not without hurting their feelings, or you receiving it as hurt, but somebody that's just trying to tell you something like, yo, your patch down there need to be shaved down, right? Yo, your armpit is funky, you stink, you rank a
High school,
dank
we used
like
to do this. At high school, we used to be like,
like, you rank a dank
they
dank.
give it to you like your grandma give you some money, like, just
Like,
slip it to you, like.
right.
But
And
yeah,
so,
how can you tell something people something in a sincere way about hygiene that you like?
look, hey, check this out, D. This petty T talking right here. How do you tell some men that their units ain't fly?
That they what?
Units not fly.
I heard it after that.
Mm. Cause
What unit?
some men go get these units and they don't be flat. Like, some women get wigs, and me and D be like, yo, like pull it down, like,
Your
yo,
Beijing running, my G. Don't do that.
your wig ain't hot. Some of y'all men go out here and y'all get these units put on. That shit don't be looking fly. I'm just trying to tell you. And if you gonna wear no socks on with your shoe, with no with your outfits and stuff, don't have crusty ankles. And don't have crusty legs. So when you sit down, it rise up and you can tell when you stop putting on lotion at. That ain't hot.
My name is D, and that is Tamika, and this is how we. Woo!
All right, so
Tamika,
yeah, we're
what
out
is
there.
on the plan today? For those who don't know, welcome to We Are Women in Linux. You can find us at womeninlinux.com.
Hold on, D. I ain't
Oh,
finished yet.
womeninlinux.org. My bad. What happened?
You can find us at .com and .oh no, it's just .org
No,
now.
just
Hey,
.org.
D.
Uh-uh.
I also brought up in the show. You know, men can carry babies to term now. They putting bussies on y'all or whatever y'all want to call it. And then they also said that men can have men got birth control now. So now y'all always
I'm
talking
with
about
it.
you get.
I've been saying this for years. I said, you can tell that men make laws. I said, because of all of these years and all of this stuff for women can take, ain't nobody made a pill for men. They just got to go in there and get snipped. Like a man got to go on his own accord to get snipped. Like it ain't no if and buts or buts. You either get snipped or they tie it and you can come back. But this birth control pill, I've been rallying since my teens. Shout out to me and birth control.
So
Anyway, you
somebody
can
said they
find
hold on, somebody said they come here for tech, no tea. Hey, I'm not giving you no tea. I just know some of y'all be funky in the workplace too. So I'm just you can relate it to that too. I see your unit. Don't take a shower. All right, so look, let's get busy. All right, so I'm Tam, this is D. You find us at womeninlinux.org. You find us on social media, Women in Linux. You can also connect with us on social media here. Drop down, hit connect, drop down here, put your email in. Meet us on Slack. You can also meet us if you need one-on-one. I forgot to mention this earlier. We do calendly for one-on-ones as well too. Um, and if you would like to donate, if you like what you're hearing, if you're not funky, hit the like
stop
and subscribe.
that.
If you hit the like and subscribe button, and if you also don't need money for deodorant, go ahead and donate. We take funky donations as well too. Please donate here or put in other ways, other denominations here if you would like to donate, and as well you can also donate on the super chat. All right, so that's what I got for today in terms of your funkness, baptized in the funk. All right, so I was looking around to see what tech news you all may not have been aware of, right? Just playing. We're here. Your guide to sessions at Google Cloud Security Summit. Did anybody check out Google Cloud Security Summit? Right. And the reason why I mentioned
No, I signed up too.
you signed, and the reason why I'm mentioning this because some of these are still virtual, some of these still give information, but a lot of people ask me all the time about what is it about security that I can get into? What aspect can I get into? Right. So here, and nothing like going to a gaming conference and they be funky. Security conferences they be funky sometimes too, but that's neither here nor
A
there. So
gaming
here,
conference. Anybody, if type a one in the chat if you've been to a gaming conference. Pack any of the packs, East, West, South.
so here they're talking about security summit keynote, right? Charting the future of Google Cloud. Here's some key speakers that they have: National Cyber Director, Executive Office of the White President of the White House, Office of the President of the White House, Head of Cloud Cybersecurity at Citibank, and General Manager and VP President of Cloud Security at Google Cloud were some of the keynotes and stuff. Here are the demos that they had listed, breakout sessions as well too. Then they start talking about zero trust, looking beyond corporate enterprise, CrowdStrike and Deloitte, the things that they got together, making Google Workspace safer, and just a list of stuff that goes on and on and on. Right. And I want you to have this because you could probably still go look up some of these things and you can go look up some of the keynotes on I'm finna say on Gmail, on YouTube, and probably directly on Google's site as well too. They'll probably have those keynotes. So let's scroll back up when this takes place. I think it took place already, but let me double verify that. that it took place. I know Google IO was happened this week. Google Cloud Security Summit. Let me get the dates. Let me see. They got some dates. May 17th. What's today? Okay, it starts Monday, right? Starts Monday. So you got time to sign up. You got time to sign up for it. You got time to sign up. She thanks for the super sticker. Thank you so much. So you got time to sign up for it, right? And I believe this one is free. Don't quote me though. You can go check it out and see. And see, they got Startup Summit on June 2nd, Apply ML Summit June 9th for machine learning, Sustainability Summit June 28th, Data Cloud Summit. They had that one in April. So you could probably go back and catch the replay of that. My suggestion to you is sign up for is to log on to YouTube and sign up for Google's subscribe to their channels and stuff because they do make announcement there. They do post there, right? So that's just one. All right. All right. So I also found this right here. Now this is called layoffs.fyi, kind of like levels.fyi. And what they're doing here is they're showing companies with layoffs, the layoff charts, and the list of employees laid off. And the reason why I put this out here is so that you can, if you are looking for people or wondering what companies are having layoffs or looking for someone to come work with you or work for you, however you want to slice it, you can come here and check this out. And also, you can come here if you've been laid off and add your name to here because people are using this to pull talent from. So just another way to put your name out there as well too. You want to read the fine print as well too, what people are saying about it. Go check it out, layouts.fyi, and check them out. Right. All right. So before we continue, I want to show you this one. I put it in the chat last week. I don't know if y'all got a chance to watch it. But I'm not gonna play all of it because we got a copyright strike. But I'm just gonna put in here how she paid off $234,000 of debt in 31 months. Let me scroll through here real quick. Uh, Candace from Indianapolis, she paid off her debt, and in here she talks about how she paid it off. I just wanted to highlight that. So those of you that are in debt, that are $100,000 or $200,000 in debt, she would probably be a good person for you to possibly reach out to, or even follow along with what she stated of how she came out of debt. Just want to point that out, right? All right, let's get back to it. We did levels, we did cloud security. All right, now let's go here because I want to talk about this. What is a CIO? All right, so we've been talking about getting employed W-2, right? And possibly working for somebody. Even though you're CIO, you're also working for someone, but you're in an executive level. I don't think I stress enough on this channel about being in leadership in executive roles. Excuse me, I am drinking kombucha. Ginger and lemon. Got to stay healthy, right? All right. So, what is a CIO? This is a chief information officer. Now, I'm going to show you some things today, and I don't want y'all to be like, "Oh, they not going to hire the black people." I don't want to hear that. You go over to the lonely people, lonely place, the long time ago place for the woe is me. We're not gonna do that over here. All right. So what is a CIO? All right, a CIO is a company executive responsible for the management, the implementation, and the usability of information and computer technologies. Because the technology is increasing and reshaping industries globally, the role of the CIO has increased, and it has in popularity and in importance. The CIO analyzes how various technologies benefit the company or improve an existing business process and then integrate systems to realize the benefit or improvement. Now, The way I've been talking to you and the way that I have been showing you things has been from a leadership perspective. It's also been from a tech leadership perspective, and it also can be seen from an executive leadership perspective. Here's the other thing too that we have to also look at is I showed you earlier where in some executive positions the company goes and gets those insurance policies for you for you to have left behind X, Y, and Z. So that's important because now what you put in what you're able to, I guess, say accumulate, all right, is a little different. Versus you getting the policy for 50,000, and now you're getting the policy for 7 million or so forth, right? So just getting you to think outside the box. Think outside what does your tech career look like? Are you gonna always be in the position of working for someone? Because some people don't want to be in leadership. Are you going to move up into leadership? Are you not going to be in leadership? Are you going to create your own company? If you're not going to create your own company, are you going to 1099 yourself and work with someone? What does that look like? Are you going to go after certifications? Are you going to go after, if you're not going to go after certifications, are you going after degrees? Are you doing both? Do you have time? Where's the money come from? Who's paying for it? How are you still accumulating wealth? How are you still building wealth? How are you investing? A lot of questions. I could go on, but I think you get the idea. But I want you to be able to understand that you do have the flexibility to do those things. You just got to make sure that your thing that you want to do is solid. And I'm not telling you to go out here and do it by yourself. I am telling you to do it with someone. I know what I just said made you tired, right? I know. I get it. But what we you're gonna have to sleep a little bit and then you gotta wake back up. We gotta get back to it, right? All right, so what there is a website here called CIO.com. And you can sign up for their newsletters if you want to or not, or you could just visit this occasionally, however you see fit to get information. But I want you to be able to understand what their roles are, what they're doing, and go look up on, let's go to Indeed, right? And then let's type in CIO to see what kind of hits we get. All right, here we go. Director of Information Technology, Senior Director IT Innovation Transformation Strategy. That's at Walgreens. Chief Information Officer, some confidential location, Boston, Massachusetts. Another one. Natural Habit Adventures, a hybrid account, hybrid. A VIP of IT, a director in IT, PMO, director information technology strategy, director of IT retail systems and so forth, right? VP of information and systems and strategy. That's why I say you have to learn how companies operate, how they move, look at their tech stacks, where are they going, what kind of contracts are they going after, who are their partnership with. This, yep, there is a difference between CTO and CIO. CTO is, I believe, is a little bit more technical than CIO, just personally. But a lot of people who don't have a lot of technical skills probably lean towards CIO. Probably people with technical skills probably lean towards CTO. Right? We're just focused on CIO for today, and we'll come back and do a CTO. All right. And then we should probably talk about a CMO and CFO and CDO. CMO, CFO, and CDO, right? We're talking about leadership roles. Those that want to go into leadership, those that want to look at and don't get me wrong, you don't have to go into leadership roles, but I think that you would gain some interest and understand how leadership works so you become a better person on your team, so you lead your team, so you help with those teams, right? You understand what can be done, right? All right, so let's get back over here. I found this is interesting. Progressive bridges skills gap with internal coding boot camp. Now think of it from this perspective. Progressive recognize that they're behind and that they can't really find people without paying them a certain amount of money. So the CIO and probably a couple of other people noticed a skills gap in their people, set forth a plan to do training internally to bring people up to skills, right? So they're really, you can look at it as they're investing in their people, but they're also saving money by investing in their people because the people are already working from them. They don't have to hire. Normally, I think the rule of thumb is to hire someone cost companies at least $100,000 to onboard somebody, right? So think of it from that perspective. If you had to onboard someone onto your team right now, or onto the company that you have right now, how much does it cost to onboard them? The interviews. And when I say the interviews, I mean how much are you paying a person on an hourly wage to sit down to interview that person for an hour? How much are you losing an hour on that? And suppose you have 10 interviews that that person has to do, right? So what does that look like for you, right, as a company, and what does that look like for them as a company? The other aspect to this is, what about when you're looking at the people that you have to train up? How much time is it going to take to train them up? How much are they making an hour? And when do they have the time? Because a lot of people don't like to train after work. They want to train while they're working, right? So let's look at this article here. I haven't read it yet. You're reading it with me. I'm just curious as to what they saw and what they saw and what they chose to solve the problem. All right, so they did an in-house IT program, a boot camp, reskills, select non-tech staff for tech roles, right? Filling organizational skill gaps and enhancing retention by investing in employees' careers. Having spent blah 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 blah. Okay, here's right here. It says, but after some research, Harrods, who was working as a resolution consultant, underwriting support specialist, wasn't sure she wanted to commit the time or the money to a program outside of work and didn't feel ready to take it on. But just a few months later, she received an email about progressive IT programmer boot camp and that her role qualified her for the pilot program. It was an opportunity she couldn't pass up. The program was challenging to say at least. I had not attended class since 2016, right? And then she goes on to, initially I had reservations about leaving my current role and if the new path was right for me. All right. So here's a quick, so let's talk about this right here. She had hesitations or reservations about leaving her role. Why? Why did she have hesitations? Because she didn't have faith in her skills. She didn't have faith in her skills that if she left the role, she could get a job somewhere else. She didn't have faith that the position would be open. What is that, right? When you're taking on new challenges, don't be afraid of saying, hey, this is new and I don't know what it's gonna bring me, but at least try. You hadn't even tried yet, right? But also you haven't, so what it sounded like to me, she hadn't taken the time to gain some skills either while she was there. Gaining skills while you're still employed is important. So it's fresh breath. Pity tea strikes. All right, so the anatomy of an internal boot camp. So with retention rate suffering and a persistent skills gap in the IT hiring market, companies are establishing new ways to retain employees while meeting their needs for new skills. Training programs in particular have become increasingly important tools for creating opportunities for professional success of employees, all while helping to fill key IT roles. Stephanie Duca, leadership development consultant at Progressive and the leader of Progressive IT's program, says the company saw opportunity to expand its D&I efforts, diversity and inclusion efforts. I tell you, that thing gets tossed around like it ain't nothing. That thing gets tossed around all the time. And to develop an even broader and more diverse pool of qualified candidates. I got a problem with that statement, but I'm gonna leave that right there because it also implies that the candidates didn't have skills as well too, right? For IT apps programmer associate roles through an internal upskilling program, With an internal boot camp, Progressive could fill more important roles by investing in its own employees who already have a wealth of knowledge about the organization, while also knocking down some of the those barriers of eligibility to some of these tech roles, right? And it goes on to talk about it. It's a right here. Once the boot camp candidates were identified and accepted, they were taken out of their previous role and put into a 15-week intensive training program where they learn C Sharp, .NET, and other skills necessary for their role. Now the question is, can is the are these skills transferable out of Progressive? .NET and C Sharp, right? They are, but those are the questions you should ask yourself if you ever come up in this. Are can I learn something here, and does this translate into other things? So basically you should do your search on a Google search on that, right? All right, say, in addition to being paid during the training, participants were given access to full-time Progressive employee who worked as a programmer for the company and operated as a training assistant whose role was to connect the dots of what they were learning to how it would be applied, right? The program participants had their regular check-ins and reported directly to IT manager who treated them as new hires in IT. They were onboarded and given orientation to help them get acclimated to the boot camp and were paired with program ambassadors who graduated from external boot camps before joining Progressive. Since these ambassadors had gone through the boot camp experiences themselves, they were able to speak to the unique experience of training a new skill. So those of you that are working in tech already or haven't worked in tech already, my thing to you would find out about apprenticeships. And I think there's a website out there about apprenticeships as well too. Um, See, there's one for .gov right there. Let me open that up in another tab, and then let me scroll down here. New apprentice leverage service now to leverages service now to facilitate internal growth. Blah blah blah. Let's look at that. That's Department of Labor, Funding Depot, Colorado. Here, apprenticeships build your future with Google. Um, just off me typing in. So let's go up here. Start your career and build your skill set through an apprenticeship. Have a career plan or a location in mind. Let's do Atlanta. Let's do search just to see what it pulls back. All right, Zurich apprenticeship. Then we got temporary apprentice, sports apprentice, digital coordinator, fire sprinkler, business analysis, target optical, HVAC, pharmacy. You'll probably have to fit that. It seems like everybody is on here. Solar roof apprentice, solar installer apprentice. Let me do load more. Electrical, bath remodeling, just different stuff. But again, it's still a good website for you to find out who has an apprentice program. Career Wise Youth Apprenticeship, technology with Accenture, right? That's with Accenture, right? Let's go over here. New apprenticeship leverage service now to facilitate internal blah blah blah. Senator, a new apprenticeship is leveraging service now. Let's go here. Let's check out new apprenticeship. Bridging the gap between schools and teach what experience can bring. Case studies, hire tech talent. Let's go here. Taking a long time there. Let me just keep going on their site. All right, so they got apprenticeships in ServiceNow, AWS Cloud, data analytics. They got different case studies in digital marketing, right? And this one's out of San Antonio, but there's other ones across the globe. So 8 to 12 week boot camp, 12 months apprenticeship, and continued education. So again, looking for apprenticeships, looking for other things that you can other ways to get into tech, right? It doesn't necessarily have to always be you go and apply for a job. You may want to take a side door in and do an apprenticeship program. All right. This one's just contacting us. All right. All right. Apprenticeships. Join the work study at Google. Gain real world experience. Program details. Their apprenticeships are in France, Ireland, the Netherlands, and the United States. They have the locations, United States, opportunities in. Let me blow that up. The opportunities are data analytics, digital marketing, information technology, project management, software engineering, UX design. Applications run from May 2nd through the 16th. You got until Monday for 2022, and the start date is September the 12th. So pass this on to somebody and have them do an apprenticeship with this, right? Go ahead and get started on it. Don't waste no time, right? Get started. All right, so that was one. Let me pull this one up while we're on the topic of training. Let me pull this up. Let's see, training. I posted this in our Slack. This is for the ladies. Oh, the ladies. All right, so this was on Twitter. They got a cohort for those that want to learn Solidity. This is those jobs that I was talking about with the 1 million, 2 million. For women, kicks off on Monday, so we figured we drop a little alpha events bounties. Mini hack workshops, power hours, and Ethereum showcase confirmation areas go out this weekend. Build 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 space dot so solidity track, right? A Web3 learning track for with all female cohort, right? And so this is in training inside of Slack. Here's the sign up. So, I don't know if they full or not, but there you go. Right. All right. And it's in Slack in the training. All right. So that's that. Yep. So we'll close these out. Boom, 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 and boom. All right. So if you were not aware this week, Red Hat had their Red Hat Summit. So let's go here and I'm gonna type Red Hat Summit. I'm signed in right here. So May 10th through the 11th was the summit. You can get access to the sessions and so forth. You can browse the catalog. I am logged in already. So I went to keynotes. Is it Bozeman St. John? Right? I didn't say all of her name. Build the future you want, and here are the speakers. IT new normal fueling sparks of innovation and so forth. And then when you come over here to session type, let me undo that. Let me do on demand. And you can come in here. They got 93 sessions that you can just pull up and start looking at as well too. Open innovation labs, accelerating development, Ansible automation platform to automation mesh, um, Ansible automation platform roadmap. So if I click on this, right, it's 30 minutes long. I'm not going to go through it, but I just wanted to give you some insight on what it looks like.
Welcome to the Ansible Automation Platform Roadmap session at Summit 22. My name is Richard Henshaw. I'm Senior Product Manager for the Ansible Automation Platform and the Ansible Business Unit, and I'm joined by my trusty colleague, Matt. Would you like to introduce yourself, Matt?
Yeah, sure. I'm Matthew Jones. I'm the Chief Architect of Ansible Automation Platform.
Cool. So what are we going to talk to you about today? So, it's typical with a roadmap session. We're going to talk to you about the futures that come and what we're thinking about for the product in the next releases in the coming years. But I think it's also important we want to make sure that we just have a brief overview and re-emphasis of what's happened with Ansible Automation Platform version 2. If you're an existing customer that knows about this, please just bear with us. We'll try and get through it as quickly as possible. But we also recognize that lots of customers, both existing and new, aren't sometimes aware that we've made this transition. And we just want to go through that and make sure that you're up to date with what's happened. We also want to...
So I wanted to show you that because I want you to be aware of, you can go and watch stuff that's already been recorded for their stuff. There's also, if you look in here, there's an expo, and you can view all, and you can see who was like here, who, who's there, but AI and machine learning for edge computing, application security, automating security and compliance, cloud automation, data science, digital transformation, emerging technologies, Javas and Quarkers, network automation, Red Hat Ansible platform, Red Hat Ansible automation platform, application services, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Red Hat OpenShift, Red Hat Insights, Kubernetes, DevOps, Atos, Accenture. What is Accenture doing with Red Hat? What does their partnership look like? AWS, Capgemini, Cisco Systems, Hewlett Packard, Dynatrace, F5, Intel, Infosys, IBM. The list goes on who does what and what role does Red Hat play in with those companies and so forth, or how they're using it. This gives you great insight into what companies are actually looking for, what kind of skills they're actually looking for, how can you obtain this, and then furthermore, when we talk about obtaining skills, we call those intangible assets that could be used later for you to have for you to gain wealth, right? Uncle Stu, old man on the block, thank you for the $5 super chat. We appreciate you being here. I hope it's all is well on your end as well too. We want you to continue to come by, and as we continue to talk about, how to make money, how to accumulate wealth, and so forth, and also stay fresh. Um, let's go over here to where my mouse is. I can't hear you, D.
Stop being petty.
I
You
won't be ready. I
better
said
scream to
stay
me.
fresh. I said stay fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Stay fresh. Fun games, right? So they have a fun game right here. Open source arcade, a cool store, photo maker as well. Let me see. Let's go here. The AV Club. I'm not sure what the AV Club is. The AV Club. Oh, these are Red Hat podcasters. All right, so these are different podcasts that they have. Take the quiz, certify yourself. Our code is open. Winners challenge. Follow your curiosity. Explore. So let's go in here. Dana Lewis, Open AS, open source. Follow your curiosities, and so forth. Right. So it was a 2 day session that you could go back and look over the weekend if you're bored and you want something else to do. You can do that. Here's stuff, and here's how they break it down. Let me blow this up because it's maybe a little for bloody blurry. But here, business and focus and non-technical, so you can highlight that, and it'll give you filter out that for those that are not technical. If you're a beginner, they have it separated so you can go in here and look at stuff from as a beginner, and if you're intermediate and advanced, right? And if you don't want to look that way, they also have it sorted out by industry, by academic, automotive, right? How Audi is driving digital transformation with cultural change. When I talk about DevSecOps and digital transformation, what does that mean? How does Audi looking at that? Like how car makers, like every car maker has tech involved in it, and every car has tech in it, unless it's an older car. But newer cars, all of them have tech in it. They all have AI in them. They all have machine learning in them, whether you want to believe it or not, right? There's a reason why you get to pop up with where the gas station is at and where things are at as you're on the map and as you're driving through, right? All right, so that's one way. If you want to know what's going on with IT consulting services, consulting and services, here's what you need to know, right? Here's how to break that down. If you want to know what's going on with oil and gas, digital transformation at the edge, with Intel and edge controls for industrial. We're talking about, you know, not just oil and gas, but wind turbines, solar panels. The list goes on. What does that look like? We've already seen. I showed this earlier. Where we talked about John Deere. I don't know if y'all remember John Deere. automation. Yeah, the automatic tractor. I don't know if you remember that, where the now that the farmers don't even need to be there, they can get out and go do their thing, right? So little things like that, where the farmer now that what farmers do and so forth has
When you
changed.
start out in the spring, you work the soil, and it just smells so fresh when you till it up, and it's just the greatest smell. When I started farming, there basically was no technology. Every tractor was driven manually, everything was done manually. You'd be planting, you had to follow a line. If the sun was wrong, you would lose the line. Darkness, you couldn't see your marks. Moisture, you couldn't see your mark. Then you'd get squiggly rows. My name is Doug Nems. I'm a farmer from Blue Earth, Minnesota. I'm a fourth generation farmer, and I raise approximately 2,000 acres of corn and soybeans.
2,000 acres of corn and soybeans. Let me scrap forward to what it looked like. So here's what it looks like. Oh man. There we go.
The field, turn on the end, do the tillage just as well as I can do myself with no one in the cab. I can pull up the app, I can monitor the tractor, see how much of the field it's gotten tilled, I can check the fuel level, I can check the app to see how much of the field is left. If there was something in the field that it wasn't sure about, the tractor will stop and alert me. Is this something I can go around? Do I need to go out and remove an object from the field? The app gives me all this information so I can monitor everything very closely. On farms, labor is always a challenge. We need labor for lots and lots of hours for short periods.
Now, for me, all I think about is the Autobots. I be thinking about Transformers when I see stuff like that, right? That's what I be thinking about. I be thinking about the Autobots, right? But I wanted to bring that to highlight because, again, we're talking about transformation in how we farm. Also talking about transformation on really, if you really want to break it down, like your transformer, how the farmer farms and how to use an app in order to do it, right? No longer am I here all day working with something. I can go run off and do whatever it is I need to do and come back, maybe 30 minutes or 15 minutes from there, right? So that's what we're talking about. I know you've also seen the autonomous lawnmower, and here we go. The autonomous lawnmower. I showed this a couple of months ago.
Why doesn't every home in the US have solar panels? The reason is not about sunlight or weather or even politics. It's actually...
In today's video, we're going to be looking at robotic lawnmowers. Now, these things make a big claim. They say you'll never have to mow the lawn again. But is that really true? Now, over the years, many of these have come out and they totally failed. But in this video, we're going to look at one in depth, how it's installed, and all the things you want to consider if you're ever even thinking about buying one of these. 20 years ago, if someone told you you could get a robot to clean your house, you'd never believe it. But today, many of us have those robotic vacuums in our homes and we use them all the time. So
now, what I wonder about with this
in today's
thing,
video,
right?
We're going to be looking at...
Here's what I wonder about, because I got thick grass. How much can this thing actually cut? I want to know how high can it cut? Because some grass be high. St. Augustine grass be thick and high. I can see it choking. So, I just be wondering. But here's like a buyer's guide that they have. Here's like different ones. Let's see, 2,600. Here's another one, Gray's Future of Commercial Lawning.
Labor is another big height. When was the
That's Gray's. Let me see.
It's really easy to break that wire. We established some of the the must-haves for a commercial lawnmower. I could tell them all of them. It's doing about 3 acres per hour. So at 7 miles an hour, it can do 4.5. So again, you want to position the mower according to where you want it to mow based on.
perspective that
So
electric
that's what
and
it
even
looks like. So I can see that cutting, right? I can see that cutting, right? I can see that cutting the thicker grasses, right? And so again, when it comes to like property preservation and so forth, right? Say you're a one man show, you set that thing up to. I don't know if you take a picture of the lawn and then it sets up the border and then it knows when to turn and come back. I'm not sure. That's a question I would have about it. But
They even implemented those cleaners in Sam's. I'm like, where have I been? And it's been a machine following me around. Sam's has these cleaners while the place is fully packed. And of course, my silly self is going to walk by it and see if it stopped and do all the robot stuff. But yeah, they have it during operations hours and it's huge.
right. And so again, I'm thinking property preservation. You want to cut out some staff for a day or two or whatnot. Here you go. That's what I'm thinking. Let me look and see if they got it in action.
So it's just mulching. It's not
Oh, here it
picking up
is.
anything.
Thank you, everybody, for joining. My name is John Millay. I'm the CEO of
here you go.
Lift the Modec to change out the blades, to sharpen the blades. That is one thing that we do have to do on a regular basis, as you do on any other mower. The other nice thing about that is it's a removable cutting deck. So right now we're focused on rotary blades, which are those traditional blades you're seeing there, but there's a lot of other attachments we'll be able to put on. So for instance, Bermuda grass or fairways on golf courses, they use a reel mower, and that's able to cut it down to a 1/2 inch to 1 inch. We'll be able to do that. Also, going into the golf course market, we're currently, like I said, we're doing a pilot at a golf course, and we're mowing their driving range. So we'll be able to have another attachment that I call a golf ball picker-upper, which will be able to gather all the golf balls that are on the driving range. So
gather the golf balls, and it's got lights for night ops, so it can go out at night after everybody is done and do the cutting for you and the whole nine. You can even add cameras to this if you want to be like, well, take pictures over here in this section, da 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 da, feed it back to you, so forth and so on. So again, we're talking about autonomous not vehicles, but devices, if you want to say. What'd you say?
2, please.
What?
2. I need 2, please.
Oh, I was like, 2, please. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you just can't use one.
1 for the house and 1 for the lots.
Oh, okay. Why you just can't use one?
1 for the house, 1 for the lots.
All right. So, but I wanted to point this out because now let's scale back. Let's go look at grays, and then let's look at the technology that they're using. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you're talking about the technology that Grays is using? You should be able to tell that off the bat, right? So let's go Grays. Lawnmower. Let's see, Grays autonomous mowing. Right? They're set to a fully autonomous commercial lawnmower disrupting $100 billion market. $100 billion market. All right. They got a wait list. Let's go look at the technology. They have a central processing unit, a CPU, optical suite, lights, removable cutting deck, automatic contour adjustment, data connection, ultrasonic sensors, run flats, proximity detection, right? Odometry sensors, and localizations GPS. All right, so now let's go look at their careers. Let's go view their job openings. They don't have any. Hold on. We recommend it. If you're looking for job openings, we recommend visiting this site. That's what I thought I was at, but okay. I thought I was just there. Yeah, I was just there. And when I tried to reopen this, it took me somewhere else. But that's fine. So they don't have it listed. They may have it listed on LinkedIn or something. Let's go look at our team, because I always like to see who is on the team, who's putting things together. Our team is not coming up. Opportunity. No. Walmart cleaners do inventory too. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not coming up. Let me go over here and see if their Instagram is working. See, they raised 15 million in the Series A. When was this? It looks like this was 3 weeks ago. So yeah, so we're thrilled to announce we finally closed our Series A campaign, which raised 15 million from 17,200 investors. And they have on their site, they also had an investor thing. Now accepting pre-orders. Technology, opportunity, 100 billion. As seen on Entrepreneur Newsweek and Zero Hedge. Right? You see how it stopped because it recognized something. That's what you was expecting, D. But you can see these plot of lines right here, right? That's why I was wondering, like, is it somewhere and it takes a picture and it takes a picture of the landscape and to see that where it needs to go, right? Just a FYI, just my brain thinking. But again, back to the summit, when we're talking about this digital transformation, edge controls for industrial, what does that look like? What does it look like to have edge computing in satellites as well too? Things to think about. Just want the juices to flow, right? Think on and even in your car, edge computing in your car, because Progressive and those insurance companies, when I say I'm talking car insurance, have those little devices that you can put into your car to see like how you drive, what your drive is like. Like, are you heavy on the foot? No. And if you're not, they give you the discount for being a responsible driver, right? So that's edge computing as well too. Somebody's getting that data and feeding it somewhere, and somebody's getting that data. So doing analysis on the data, looking at the analytics of things, looking at who you are, your patterns, your driving patterns in the area, comparing data. What's your traffic lights be installed at? Is it not holding long enough? Right. These are things that are being fed into these systems and so forth, right? All right, so that was, and again, leadership, CIO, want to be aware of that as well. All right, so progressive, we talked about that. All right, so here, this was new regulatory requirements will help shape cybersecurity for finance. And I wanted to bring that up because as we have seen, as in terms of like hedge funds and crypto and so forth, what does the cybersecurity look like around those particular locations or fields, right? So we see there's been a ransomware 2021. The early indications for the new year point to the same for 2022. Policymakers around the world have been recognizing this heightened risk, which has been further amplified by the recent geopolitical tensions. The European Union has pulled together a proposal for a unified framework to regulate risk management for financial institutions, right? I've talked about the DORA impact and so forth. I talked about that before. And then they get into here about GDPR. But here, let's talk about this. DORA's regime of rules on cybersecurity is well aligned to set an advisory recommendation. The cybersecurity framework published by USA's National Institute of Standards and Technology. But while CSF guidelines are purely advisory, DORA will mandate compliance and require organizations to demonstrate that certain conditions are being met by empowering financial services to audit their supply chain and regulators to oversee their both financial institutions and certain services, certain service providers that will be designated to be critical, right? So we have to look at cyber from every different angle. So that's why I say when people ask about I'm going into cyber, there's so many different angles to go into, right? Or you can get into cyber from many angles. And I'll lead, not lead. D has this information, but I'll drop it in the back check so she don't have to search for it, and she can give it to you. I advise you read it and then do some research around it. I just wanted to highlight that. So I wanted to highlight it. All right, let me get back to my notes here. All right, so I do have one that's open. So let's talk about it. Oh, it's not open no more. Oh, it is. All right, are y'all ready? Y'all ready to break some stuff down? Type a one in the chat if you're ready. Find my mouse. All right. So in my discovery, I have found this here. Chief Security Officer, fully remote up to and beyond 600,000 in total compensation. I'll read that again. Chief Security Officer, fully remote up to and beyond 600,000 total compensation. People tell you that these jobs don't exist. And I show you every time, every week.
No, they do. They exist, but not for certain people.
All right. Sip tea slow.
That's what we hear.
Right. So D, let's start with you. 600,000.
More?
Mm-hmm. We're just gonna say you don't negotiate this job. You don't negotiate.
Take it for face value.
You just take it for face value.
Okay.
And let's say they say fully remote up to and beyond 6,000 total comp. Let's say they give you 400,000 in total. I mean, in base salary, they give you.
I'm not getting the up to and beyond 6. I was just looking at the 600K. So,
but
in
I'm
my
breaking
mind,
that.
I got 600K, not 400K.
In your mind, you need that. You got 400K, right? And
that's what they give me, or it's in my mind.
That's your base. You still gonna get a total compensation of 600. Are we just playing devil's advocate here?
Okay, I'm gonna say you about to give me some whack. You gonna try to offer me some whack benefit?
No, I'm gonna give you $100,000 in a sign-on bonus.
When I gotta pay it? Do I gotta pay it back?
After a year. If you don't stay a year, you gotta pay it back.
Do I get the whole thing, or is it increments?
You get the whole thing.
It's tax. Right into my LLC, so I don't have to pay no taxes on it. Or
the $100,000 is gonna get tax coming from them because they're gonna put it in a paycheck, so it's gonna get taxed. Stop stressing out. Stop trying to beat the system.
I'm not. I'm just asking questions, but it's my scenario.
It's my scenario that I'm giving to you.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Sign-on bonus a year up front.
100,000.
100,000.
What are you gonna do with that 100,000?
Well, it's not gonna be 100,000.
So what's the tax on that?
Shoot, you gonna at least take home 70. Because I'm single, no kids. That's what, 30%?
You can claim me. You can claim me. I'll be your child.
This is on video. What I'm gonna do with my $70,000?
After you heard what you heard today, and see, let me look in here. Let me see. What I didn't see is what kind of 401k. Let's see. Let me finish reading it for you here. There's a strong level of compensation of the offer as they are keen to cover the whole market in order to find the best fit for the job. Up to 600,000 is a guide, but there's no reason why we couldn't go beyond if, for instance, you already are more and want a new challenge. With a massive investment to this scale and lacking huge potential, you will be paid well. With all stealth startups, this will always be a bit of unknown before applying. Get in touch, and we can have a full discussion on the business and those behind it. And that name is Saragossa. All right, so here's Saragossa out of the UK. How to secure the best talent. Here's their website. Products, Play, Optimal, Apex, Compact. Let's see. Premium engagement. Looks like marketing, shaping your winning force. Here's the people. Here's their director, John Davies, the senior manager, Sophia Piling, the finance manager.
Where is this company?
UK.
For some reason, they're giving me Mormon.
They're in the UK. Insights. So here's the other thing I wanted to find out too. I want to know, they may not have a 401k because I don't know what that looks like in the UK. I don't know what that means in the UK, and if they have something set up in the US, I don't know. But let's go here and let's type in 401k. I don't see nothing with that same name on there. I don't see that. So you get let's go get your calculator. And let's do 100,000 times 0.7. Yep, you left with 70,000. What are you doing? And type in the chat what y'all would do too. I'm curious. You get $70,000. You one big lump sum. It's already been taxed.
So I need to put it in my mind. The first thing I think is that I need to put it somewhere where it gets interest fast, or some of this money can, I can make some money off of this money, because I might not like this job in 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I might have to pay this money back. So at least if I have to get the money back, I at least want some interest off of this money for it to be sitting like this.
So basically what you're saying is you want to make $60,000 off of $70,000.
I need to make something off of it. Something substantial, because then when I get that money back for telling you the deuces, I don't feel bad, because now I feel like I've been compensated for the time I was there.
Does everybody know why I said $60,000? You know why I said 60? Because you already taken out taxes and they already hit you with the 30,000. So at least if you got to pay it back, the 100,000, you at least make the 30,000, and you don't want to break even. So you want to make something off of it. So I'm thinking you want to double the money, right? So at least you'd be left with 30,000 that you'd have made off of 70,000.
And then I won't feel so bad, because I'll be like,
because you didn't gain $30,000.
And I also got my salary money.
Right.
So I've made some. I'm not taking an L. I'm just hitting them at the, striking while the iron's hot.
Engineering Cannabis saying he going to the horse tracks and bet on Speedy.
I'm not gonna bother with engineering cannabis, no shenanigans. We already know those are shenanigans. But that's what I would do with that money. Because they might work a nerve. They might step on one and you'd be like, I've had enough. Our time together was
Right.
engaging.
So you wouldn't stay for the year?
Huh?
Even if they get on your nerves, you wouldn't stay for the year?
I don't know how my spirit is gonna take that. You know, I had a lot of things in my mind. I had questions that I wanted to ask about the job, but it was one scenario.
All right.
So
So we're gonna do a $25 giveaway today for somebody that come up with the best idea with this $70,000. Drop the link in the chat, D. Let's see.
a year really is not that
Not
long.
that long.
Especially if you take it 5 months to get onboarded, like that's you really kind of like. I could possibly say that year, but I'm just saying my plan A with the money.
All right, so D, drop the link. Let's see who come up with the best scenario. I want to hear, because now let's talk these tax strategies, these wealth strategies. This is why we have those conversations. So now I'm paying $25, and you all get to vote on the people who come up with the best strategies. D, drop the link.
You got to be camera ready.
Yep.
And Sam, I understand. They will work a nerve. They will test your gangster every time. Just I like a good chat side comment.
So let me see. Let me see who got it. Hey Vic, how you doing? Let me see who got what tax strategy are you gonna use to come up with to have this money work for you and grow? So I know some of y'all are gonna try to go pay some bills off. I get it. You're gonna probably pay some credit card bills off.
And then it depends if you're gonna have to move. Like, if you using some of that for your move?
No, it's remote. It's fully remote.
Oh, it is fully remote.
It's fully remote. That's why I picked it. It's fully remote. What are you gonna do? Type in the chat, Natasha. What are you gonna do? The best person that come up with the best idea, we're gonna vote on it, and they're gonna win $25 today. What's up? Who wants some money today?
If I can hold out, if I hold my mule for 12 months,
you can do it, Dina. You can do it
for 12 months. I mean, that's not 2 years. That's not bad. They really need somebody, so you know you're about to get tested. If they negotiate a year, just one.
So who gonna come up? If you got $70,000, you got to invest it, and it's got to make some money. Give me the best plan on what you're gonna do to come up with it. Now remember, you want your money to make some money, and how are you gonna go about looking at what you're going to invest in and the history of what you're going to invest in? Also, if you put it into some type of ETF, is that ETF or stock or what have you, is it going to return a dividend? Are you going to put it into somewhere where you can have access to it, because you don't want to get a penalty for putting it somewhere, and then when you try to pull it out, you get a penalty for getting access to it, right? So what are you going to do? What's going to be your option? Let's say
you already basically practicing discipline by getting the money and not touching it.
That's what I'm trying to instill, number one.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to instill, number one.
Like pretend like you don't have it.
Yeah, and then number two, how do you make sure it makes money? That's number two. And then number three is, what are you going to use to ensure that it makes money, or that it grows, right? That you're getting 10% on this money, 15%, 20%. What are you investing in to do that? Somebody might say crypto. I don't know. You tell me.
They just have
this is your money. Y'all tell me how you gonna divide this up.
And you don't have to have all your eggs in one basket.
Yep, you are disqualified for most of the tax advantage strategy opportunities. So that's why I say, what's going to be your strategy, right? That's why I asked, what's going to be your strategy when you're having that type of high income? What are you going to do? What are you going to do to generate, have that money generate money? So this is what I'm saying. We want to make more money, right? And we want to understand what our tax advantages or tax shelters are. How are you going to go about finding those things? What are your options? Can I utilize a whole life policy? Can I utilize um a, a can I utilize real estate? Can I utilize buying a house and so forth? How can a house that has a lot of equity invested into it, where maybe I pull out the money and refinance it, and I instead of pulling out the money to give back to them, say, the 70,000, I actually have 100,000 sitting down or something, because you got to return 100,000. Maybe I have 100,000 sitting down on the side, but that $100,000 is sitting somewhere and it's making money because I refinanced it into. I pulled out the equity out of a house that I purchased or something like that. $70,000, you can go purchase a house out of that, but you need to make sure it's got a lot of equity into it. You may do some rehabbing on it, refinance it, pull the money out, and then go somewhere else. That's just one aspect. What other aspects can we have? I need some ideas. What are y'all gonna do? What are you gonna do? Nobody wants $25 today, D.
We can definitely go on a meal, because I am definitely thinking about what I'm going to eat.
Nobody? Don't we have big time real estate investors? Where my folks at? Nobody don't want 25 today. All right. So let's talk about it. Let's walk through some options, and let's walk through how to research those.
People in the chat, they don't qualify. Y'all don't.
All right, so let's walk through some options. All right. So we talked about let me bring up my notepad here, or text pad. Let me bring up text pad. Or text edit, I should say. So let's bring text edit over to here. Oh, text edit don't want to go over. Okay. Text edit don't want to go over. Oh, because I was going the wrong way. All right. And let's make this font 36. All right, so we have 70K after taxes. However, we must return 100K if we leave. Now, let's put down what options do we have to have this money make money. We're gonna, just for shits and giggles, we said our base salary is 400K. Right? That tax bracket is for 400K. Let's go here. Tax bracket. So if you're at 400K, you're in the 35% tax bracket. No, yeah. If you're single. I'm looking at I'm just looking at this as a single person. As a single person, it's 35%. I'll put that down. Hold on, let me find my text edit again. 35% single. Oh, come on. Or 32% married. When your marriage comes into play. Now, I don't know this. Y'all can look this up because I don't know this. If you are not married but you have a domestic partner, is that still, can you still claim single, or do you claim married? I don't know. How is married determined? If you have a domestic partnership, y'all got papers on each other. I don't know. All right. So, all right. So, what options do we have? Okay. So we're at 400K. All right. So when we look at this, so let's look at it from this perspective. Roth, um, IRA income limits. So your Roth IRA income limits under 144, so you don't qualify for that. Right? What about your IRA? Let's just look up, not that one. IRA limits increase. So IRA 6,000. Traditional and Roth IRA contributions remain unchanged, 6,000 per year with an additional blah 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 blah. All right. So I thought traditional IRA. I thought they increased. I thought they removed the limits. I thought those limits were removed. Yeah, I know it's 2025, but I thought those limits were removed. All right, so as announced, blah 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 blah. So traditional Roth, whether IRA or traditional Roth, blah blah blah. So you're not having that. So let's talk about this. 401k max is 340. Yep. Right. All right, so let's go back to it. Hold on, let me get over here on my thingy. All right, here we go. So I think online plays are real estate. I don't know if you're feeling froggy and want to risk it on Turo or renting car rental. What's your other play? Crypto. Another play could be some type of life insurance policy. But you have to pay premiums. Another one is being your own bank, right? So that's still a life insurance thing, but that's whole life, right? Maybe you become invested into someone's fund where they may have a minimum of 10,000 to invest because you are an accredited investor. So maybe you now invest into some type of fund, right? But then you got to say, well, how long to get my return? That's what you're going to need to find out, right? Another one is say private equity. Oh, this is longer term. This is another hard start, but again, you gonna have to be with some people to do this. Um, just throwing it out there. Um, you get a group of friends and create a credit union. It's long play. I ain't saying it's gonna be immediate, but just thinking how can you have your money make money, right? If you plan on leaving in a year, I don't advise that because that's a lot of money to give back. But if you had to leave in a year, I think the quickest way would probably be real estate. I'm not convinced on crypto getting you back your returns. That's just me. You need to get with someone who does crypto really, really well in order to take the gains and go that. You can do stocks. But you would need to do option plays and so forth. Right? You would need to do some option plays and so forth, right? You can bet on splits and so forth, and what the number is gonna, what that stock is gonna be, and so forth, right? So those would be my immediate thoughts. Now there's different things within these each individual things. Like you could roll life insurance under here if we wanted to, right? So let's take this and let's do this. Well, not well. Yes and no. Okay, so let's say this. You have this, and you can use this, and let me put this up here like this. It gets convoluted, but it would be something like this. And you would do this and then that, right? Basically, you would go to insurance agent, set up a whole life insurance, and now you take the money out as a loan and then pay yourself back, right? On that. But in this, you would need to be doing something like um, a duplex. I saw somebody say buying land, but you need to know where to buy land at. Buying land, but you need to see where it's appreciating, right? So you're gonna have to be strategic about that. This oh, the screen's blurry on your end. Okay. Yeah, remember that's what I'm saying. 1 year less. That's what I'm saying. You got to be looking at this, right? Um, Another play is also you can get a house, and do a fix and flip, but it needs to have equity. And at a min of 200K, because you need 100K, right? And I'm being greedy with 200K. It don't need to be a 200K. It could be 120. But if I figure if I'm going in it, I need to get 100K out of it and store it somewhere because somebody else is gonna grab it, right? All right. Also, you could buy a business. And see, once you buy the business, take the business, grow it. You need to have systems in place and then sell it. right? You have to grow it and sell it, right? So those are the things that I think you can do. Turo is you're gonna have to decide which car gets the most on rentals at a cheap price. Stocks, you're gonna have to look at stocks. You're gonna have to look at options, right? I don't see you playing the stock market just as is, putting your money into an ETF and just letting it sit there. I don't see that. You're only gonna get 10% depending on the market. So I look at this as options play. Yep, and that's what I put up there. Being your own bank right here. That's the private lender. That's what that is. Options play. Crypto, I'm gonna tell you to go talk to somebody. That's crypto is like, are you going to mine? Are you doing mining? Um, Staking, buying and taking profits. Oh, here's another one. You're gonna invest into things like say a fund rise, ground floor. What's going on, engineering cameras? Ground floor, or what's the other one? Ground floor. It's another one. D. Ground floor, fund rise, roof stock for roof stock. Buy a business, accredited investor here, where you invest into some other thing, right? Again, you got to find out how long it's going to take for that money to come back to you, right? You got to see how long that's going to take that money to come back to you. All right. The other thing that I didn't calculate for you is this. My calculator. So 400K, that's 32%. Hold on, let me do that right. It was 35% if you're single, sorry. So 100 minus 35, is that 65? Yeah, I think so. I think I'm pretty close. Minus 35. 65%. So now you're doing 400,000 times 0.65. That's 260 a year divided by 12. So you bring in 2166 a month, right? 2166 a month is your take home. So 2166 a month, right? At 400,000. So take home is 2166, or we'll just say 22,000 a month is your take home, right? So if push is, we're gonna call this last resort. If push comes to shove, you set up a payment plan, or you live off of 11K a month and invest 11K a month. So you set up a plan to pay 10K a month. That'd be nice. over the next 7 months. What I need to make 30K on that.
They like, nope. We want it like we gave it.
I need to ask this question.
Go ahead.
The investments. Did anybody ask what are anybody the return on investment? What do they think the return on investment will be?
No, we
Because
ain't. No, we didn't ask. We didn't ask
because
that.
the normally when anybody says return on investment, people think 100% or something.
Mhm.
Normally,
We
so
said
that's
we
why.
want to make 30,000 off of it.
So that's
A
why I'm saying,
minimum.
yeah. So when I threw out those investments when I was joking around, is because the normal what normally people think of an investment, they think they get 100% return.
Right.
But nobody, like for the stock market, it's 10%.
Yep.
And
That's what I said. That's why I say I don't think the stock market is gonna be a good play unless you do options.
so yeah, top 10% depends on how much you put in.
Right.
If you put in a huge amount of money, 10% of that huge amount of money is something.
Right.
Right. This in this case it's only 70.
So only 70. So let's say again, you said stock market, and I will say land lots, depending on how you do your analysis. Going into a place, knowing the population growth, knowing the death rate, birth rate, knowing migration and all that, you can go to certain land lots and predict how that will grow over time and invest that money. You can do that. That's given. So land lots, stock market, and real estate, that will be my own take in terms of investments.
Mhm.
And based on, and when you're doing again, in any investments, you have to understand what you're investing in.
Yep.
So again, that's why I said if I'm going into land lots, what I usually go do is look at population growth
Yep.
and see what happens over time, how much population growth each year in that city or in that even the neighboring city or neighboring county. I also look at also the rate, the poverty rates and all that. There's a lot of systems you can use to predict what will happen in the next 5-10 years in terms of your land
Mhm.
stuff. So that will what I'll do in terms of that's why I say in any investment you have to study it. That's my plan itself.
But I will
That,
also look at the economic development
that's
plan.
yeah. All
Yep.
that variables have to
Yep.
account for it.
Yep. That's why I say you're gonna have to do your due
Due
diligence.
diligence. That's
Right.
a given.
So
Yes.
that's why I wanted to highlight this. What do you do with a sign-on bonus? And right, and your sign-on bonus may be 100,000,
Yeah.
and your sign-on bonus you getting chopped off of 30 off the rip.
Yep.
What are you gonna do with that 70K?
Again,
Yeah.
stocks and
And how
also
quickly do you want to do it?
And how
yeah.
quick do you want to do it?
And you also talked of being already a investor. So
Yep.
now you can look at the technology company which you showed previously
Yep.
on ML and all that and say, okay, these tech companies are growing.
Yep.
Where can I put my seed money in these tech companies that are
Yep.
growing and then invest? So there are avenues to invest. And I joke on the chat that you can go to the racetrack or go roll dice and get 100% back.
You can open up a strip club.
You can do all of that. But really, that isn't a wise investment. That's me joking around. In reality, before I invest in anything, I really do my due diligence in terms of
It's
studying
sincere.
the
But
area.
one of the key
You only
things
got a
that
year.
that was on the top of the list that like touched, and I don't think anybody picked up on, was you're an accredited investor.
Investor,
Like at
yes,
400K, you're an
yes,
accredited investor. So the options for your money have just
just
opened up.
Right.
yes. So the
Right.
avenue is opened up.
Where now it's a little. I mean, because an investment is an investment. You can get zero returns. Let's all be clear. You can
Mhm.
manage that risk in certain places, but sometimes
Yeah,
you lose it. But as an accredited investor, you're opening yourself up to so many viable opportunities that are already making money.
yes.
Right.
So yeah, there are opportunities, but again, due diligence and knowing where to invest. Even crypto, I play with crypto because I'm just trying to do mathematical equations, but crypto is too volatile.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
it's the volatility is a mess. And I do crypto. I don't play. I just play around with it
Mm-hmm.
because I want to see if I can predict what's going to happen. That's all. But the volatility in crypto, it doesn't follow economic principles. It doesn't follow any economic principle. Crypto is too volatile. That again, I'm not an investor. I'm just the guy that deals with data on a daily basis. So crypto is very volatile. And again, I don't invest in it. I just play around with it. But again, land, the traditional investments, I believe still work and will still work till today. But knowing how to apply modern day techniques to know how these the traditional investment works, that's the key. Knowing how to again think about what you're investing in, that's the key. Again, real estate, land lots, stocks, that's my go-to.
Right. But also engineering cannabis, it also sounds like you're long term
Yeah,
investment.
long term. No, I'm
You
not.
know, a lot of people don't have the patience for
I'm
long term anything.
I'm a long term investor. I'm gonna wait till the money grow. I'm the
Right,
guy that
right. Everybody don't have the patience with it.
I'm the guy that gonna throw like 5, 10,000 and just leave and say I'm not gonna look
I
at it
got
till
patience
after a year.
certain
But you
things.
got paid. But you like to play like you like Vegas. Like I'm just gonna invest this much money. I just
It's
want to
too
play
much
with it.
money and
I just
I'm
want to
just gonna
play.
play with it and see what I
play
can
with it and see.
come in.
Let's see how the market works.
Right,
But
but
that's me.
it's like it's your gamble. It's like going to the casino. Like I'm gonna play with this much money because I'm
But
trying something.
but we traditionally you've seen that the stock market produces a 10%. It's a given year to year. That data is shown.
Mm-hmm.
So that long term investment, I don't worry about it. Like a 401k, I talk to my investors and my 401k asks, what are you actually investing in? I look at what they're investing in. I look at, okay, are you investing in Chick-fil-A or Rite Aid or something like that? And then they traditionally invest in kind of a conservative approach rather than going to like huge tech companies. And no, they normally in the 401k investment like Fidelity, they usually go into the traditional approach and I see the investments and I watch it. So these are the kind of things I watch. I'm more of a conservative approach in terms of investments, but in terms of other things like businesses, again, I also believe in business too.
Mhm.
Investing in yourself too at the same time to develop skills and also develop business ideas. And so my investment, my thought of investment is have a wide range of investment, not only stock market, land, and all that, but also in yourself too. You are also an investment too. So I
Mhm.
invest in myself too with books, reading,
Yep.
skills, and also I invest in times in courses, and I invest in seminars and all that. So investment in yourself also yields big returns too. So
Yep.
it depends.
Yep. And again, you're making $22,000 a month. I want to highlight that as well too, because you're
Yes.
making $22,000 a month. You should be able to
You should be able to. Yeah, you
live
should.
off of one paycheck.
Oh, you should. That's a given.
Yeah.
In a reasonable
And
so.
invest the rest, right?
Rest.
And I want to highlight that because when you're able to do that, you're able to now say, okay, again, 22,000 a month. We're putting 17 on 8 into a 401k. You max that
Right.
out, and you got insurance because the company is paying for your insurance. Oh, and by the way, we also have these other things, these other perks, right? That you
Mm.
don't have to be worried about or whatnot. Eat at work if you want to, or we got discounts because we got discounts on gym memberships and blah 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 blah. Woo 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 woo. Utilize them all to your advantage and then say, okay, what are you gonna do with $11,000 a month?
And you also talked of something previously about that 2 year when after 2 years you can purchase a house with a
Mm-hmm.
401k and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So you and again, I believe in that 10% rule, where you take the 10% of the money for that real estate and take it into real estate, and then basically compound interest in terms of real estate.
Yep.
I believe in that sector too, in terms of okay, I'm making $11,000, $22,000 a month. So again, accumulation each. I would say accumulation each quarter, and say, okay, can I get a real estate for 10% down and actually see a progression? Again, data and all that can help you in terms of understanding again the real estate market and all that.
Mhm.
So when you invest in, please do not just jump in it. Look at the data. Look at the neighborhood. Look at the data itself. The data tells you a whole story of how the progression will happen over time. Look at the neighboring cities, the neighboring, see how progression happens, and see if that can be
Mhm.
correlated to your city too. So there's a lot of ways to look at things in terms of investment and come up with a story and see how your investments will translate into those stories. So
Well, not only a story, I like to say come up with a portfolio,
yes.
come up with a pie,
Mm-hmm.
and how are you investing in that pie, right? So
Yes.
that's what I like to say. But the other part of this is you also have to remember as well too, whatever you're doing and however you're investing, make sure you're using tax strategies
Mhm.
and also make tax
Yes.
shelters,
Yes.
right? So that's why I put, if you go back to the screen, D, that's why I put, like, if you are going to do something like a real estate play, go ahead and set up something like remember you at 400,000, so you don't qualify for certain things, but you do qualify for a whole life insurance policy. um
And the one big thing is fear. When I started, and when you start making that kind of money, and when you want to start investing, the fear. When I started, I was afraid, like, am I going to lose all my money and all that? That fear is there too when you start. So tackling that fear again with again reading and doing that helps to tackle that fear, because that fear will come in and hit you bad. Like, I'm trying to invest this money. If I lose it, I lose my shirt, and I got a family. And no, but knowing, doing it diligently and calculated, and also talking to your spouse and all that is a viable way to do it too at the same time. So
right.
that's how I balance it.
Due
Yeah.
diligence in more ways than one. Like
Yeah.
you can't just count on the first resource you come
No.
across as law. Like even getting information here, we're not financial
No.
geniuses. We are not certified. This is not hard advice. These are just strategies that we're using and that we're sharing amongst each other.
Yeah.
Right.
What's out here, we're actually all learning together.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when I talk about the real estate part, right, that's when you throw that $70,000 in there, is in a whole life policy, so it make 6.2%. But remember, you got to pay a premium on this too, right? So it's a premium. So the younger you are, the less the premium. The older you are, the more the premium. So that's another thing to be in consideration, like to take into consideration as you do this. The other part is, as you're investing, instead of you buying the one house, or if you do buy the one house, make sure it has equity that you can pull out of it, and then do a real estate play on that, or buy a duplex, so it's making money as well too. So again, I want you to be encouraged to have that money make money. And how are you going to take $70,000 and have it make money? Right? Remember, you only got a year, because you hate your job after a year and you want to leave. So how you gonna have $70,000 make money for you? That's why I said, if you're gonna do it, that $70,000 has to make at least $60,000, because you need to pay back $100,000, because you got the $70,000 sitting there. So it need to make some money for you, and you want to come out on top. So I would think you want to at least make $30,000 on top of that, just floating it out, yeah, thank you. I left and I made my $22,000 a month, and I got $30,000 sitting here over here doing something else. But if I got this house that I can flip and it had some equity in it and I can refinance it, now we playing a different game, because now I can take that money and throw it into an account, again, that's a tax shelter, where I can just keep flipping and borrowing, flipping and borrowing, flipping and borrowing, right? And if you really want to get fancy with it, right, like this is long term, say you didn't pay it back, you can set up a 1031 exchange if you wanted to get fancy with it and not pay the taxes on it. But again, that's a whole nother conversation. We only got a year. So the 1031, you ain't gonna run with it right now.
That
But
year,
yeah.
if
He
I'm
might
not,
like the job and stay.
yeah, I'm not trying to quit for it, even though I hate the job. It's 400K.
We might like it and stay.
Uh,
That was the third option. We
It's-
might like it and stay. And
Hate
so,
it,
what else is on the table as far as
hate it
benefits?
or
This is
like
only
it,
one scenario.
hate it or like it, you're not leaving there a year. You're gonna stay there 3 years, accumulate that money, then walk. Don't go a
You don't
year.
know.
I'm
They
not gonna.
might have options. They might hit a series. They might go public. They might give you something.
As
They
as
might
long as
make you an
I'm not the one
offer
quitting,
you can't refuse.
I'm not quitting. I'm gonna be coming in every day with donuts and coffee. Everybody getting a
You ain't
donut.
gotta go nowhere. You working remotely.
Okay, and even remote too.
Sending virtual donuts.
That's what I'm
Remote.
saying.
I'm gonna be coming in with a smile every day. I'm like, you need any help? I got you. No, don't worry. I'm gonna be the best employee. 400 grand,
You're gonna be
600
You're
grand,
gonna be hiding in the cuts. This is not
600,
gonna be able to find you. They're gonna be
600,
like,
600 grand.
"Hello, are you
I'm
in
gonna be
today?"
taking vacation just twice a year, 2 times a year. I don't need vacation. I'm a good employee. Then after 3 years, then I'm gonna be acting a fool. Then I act a fool. But not after a year. After a year, I'm the guy that everybody loves. After third year, like I'm acting a fool because I got my investments already in line. Then I act like fool. No, don't talk to me any. No, don't say that. I'll hang up quick. So no. So that's my that's my take on it. 3 years minimum on the job. Park all the real estate I can get and get some residual money coming in, and then if you want to quit, and also at that point, 3 years, you can also start something, a service business or something,
Mhm.
and then see how it grows and see. Again, you're working with a high skill again. You can monetize that skill again outside.
Yep.
So again, I know a lot of data scientists who are working in marketing, who own marketing agencies. So again, you can market your skill again outside and open an agency or something for yourself during that 3 year process. So that's why I say 1 year is not for me. 3 years, I'm going to be like, okay, then do all the steps I need, then go from
I still need my 1 year out.
there.
My option. Give me the shortest amount of time so I can do it. So I know this money gonna be mine. Right.
I'm gonna be 3 years. I'm gonna be asking for all the raises. Gonna be asking for everything. Like, oh yeah. Like I do this job. You seen all this and metrics. I have metrics, everything showing your progression in the company with correlating me, and I'll do all that.
You better be
Then
getting
after
them offer letters from them other jobs. Like,
and after
you
3 years,
look, like,
then after 3 years, I'm gonna be acting a fool at that point.
like,
See, nah, but 1 year, nah, I can't do all that.
And FYI, everybody, I put this what I wrote up here on this 70K. I posted this inside of Slack under the under creating wealth. I posted it there so you can go back and take a look at it, because I just want you to get in the mindset, like, take that and go build that out for yourself, or what that looks like. What I didn't mention on here, as well too, another play that I just actually thought about, where my mouse at. It has two plays I thought about.
So I need to make sure I'm making sure everybody this says this. This only applies if you're an accredited investor, you make a certain amount of money, and all these options are available to you. Someone making 35K, 37K will not be able to do any of this in terms of investments, in terms of in-depth investments.
they can do
This is
tour road and car rental.
mm. Okay. So
Don't laugh.
I gotta laugh. It's like me telling y'all I'm gonna go throw dice with Johnny in the back. It's not gonna
Yeah, you go
happen.
to Turo. They don't have to drive the car anymore, so they can make money from their car if you have a remote job.
Again, 37K job usually is neither remote.
Everybody I know, dang near that make 30K got a car. They got to get to work.
No, the remote. Yeah, they gotta get to work. So the remote job.
They got to get to work. So it might not be a luxury car, but it might be a Prius. It might be like a little
And again,
Scoot. You know, a lot of people
fuel
not looking for
prices.
luxury cars. They looking for
Fuel prices. You gotta account for fuel price. You gotta account for maintenance. Being in the tour car business now is kind of rough based on all what's
Hire
happening.
car, Turo car. Yep.
Yeah.
So,
So
go ahead, because I added two more. Go ahead though.
so all these investments are for a certain kind of individual with certain kind of skills and certain kind of income. If you're making, if you're not making, if you think 37K is a viable means to do these investments, please don't do that. It's not gonna work. It's you 37K is not gonna be doing it. So the goal
go
again,
in with your friends and y'all can
yeah, you can do
crowdfund a boat.
susu. You can do susu and all the rest.
Yeah. So the other one is you could buy a Rolex, right? And and hold on to it, but you need to know what Rolex to buy. You need to know what Rolex to invest in. You could also buy a boat, and then throw boat parties and do boat rentals, right?
Buy a stock or two or three.
Yeah, you know.
Four.
So again, these are just options, but you need to know what boat to buy. In Florida, if you were born before 84, you don't need to have a boat license. So you could get somebody to take the boat out, pay them $500 for a day to take the boat out, and you having a boat party, right? You can do boat rentals, right? So you would need to investigate what that looks like in order to do boat rentals and so forth, right? So again, to buy a boat, you don't need to spend the whole 70K to buy a boat. You can put, five or $10,000 down and keep it pushing, and go and buy your boat, and then have your money, make some money for that, right?
Yes, that works. Yeah,
Right. Uh,
assets.
yeah. So, but a Rolex may be 40 or 50, depending on the Rolex, right? So now we're talking about don't damage it, don't wear it.
So you're gonna have to put it in a safety box.
Yep, it just look good. Another one is gold, right?
Yeah.
Gold and silver. Like, how do they right now? All the energy market has been booming. I think the energy market last year was up
Yeah.
47.7%. This year is 40%. So, but it is the highest market and still the most steady market that has been returning. So you can go look into energy and have an energy play, if you wanted to. So these are just things that I'm just throwing out there that I've seen that could possibly work with due diligence. I'm not telling you that you're gonna get a guaranteed 10% return. I'm just telling you here's some options that you want to look at, right? So I'll throw under here maybe possible energy play or energy stock. I'll put that under here.
Yeah, solar energy, wind, alternative energy.
Yep.
Those again with the high gas prices and everything, people are now looking at alternative energy as a source of energy to help with
Yep.
again high demand. So that's a good area to play into.
Yep. And so, I mean, these are, like I say, these are all things that people have been doing. There's a search where you can buy acres of land in like a Fundrise type of situation. Buy a business, but you need to know what kind of business are you buying, and can you grow it and sell it within a year. And so you may want to go in with somebody on that. You could probably get a business for 5,000 or 10,000, depending on the business, and turn around and flip it and sell it for 25,000. Right? You get a $10,000 business, sell it for 15,000, and just keep reinvesting and buying businesses, small businesses. There's a lot of work that go into it. However,
Yeah,
it's
it's a
possible.
lot of work.
It's a
Yeah.
lot of work.
Marketing, staffing, and that's a lot of work. But again, if you love creating stuff or creating businesses, I love creating, but I love creating what I know. If
Mm.
I know it, then I can create. But if I don't know it, and I'm not gonna study all year just trying. No, I do what I know, and then do a business in that, and go from there.
Right. So
Absolutely
I just
agree.
wanted y'all.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Go ahead, Tim. I'm
I
sorry.
said I just wanted y'all to have these as options. Again, this all stem from how did we get here? Let's back up so we can talk about how we got here. Right. We got here because we were looking at this job here. This job pays 600,000 total compensation. However, it can go higher. They are in a Series C, so that doesn't necessarily mean they may have a 401k and they may not have a 401k. However, I talked about this earlier. If you're going to get a job like this and they don't have a 401k, you want your income to be high so you can go invest it elsewhere. And when we on the first show, we talked about different tax strategies and different things that you can do and invest in. And that's when we start getting into that. But now let's talk about you get $100,000. Let's say your base is 400K and you get $100,000 as a sign-on bonus. What are you gonna do with that? What are you gonna do with that? And say in a year you don't like the job and you leave, but say in a year you like them and you just stay. You just ride this thing on out and don't go anywhere. And that's how we got here. And we got there and we started talking about what your options are. What are your options to invest, right? That's going to give you some money within a year. And you want that money to make some money. You don't want to give back $100,000 and you didn't make no money off the money. You want to make some money off the money. That's the goal, right? The goal is to have money, make money, right? Make it while you sleep. Make it while it's nothing like somebody booking your sailboat while you sleep. Ain't nothing like somebody sitting up there like, oh, okay, this option play worked out just fine. It ain't nothing like somebody what we got up here? Option play, roof stock. Let me get my mouse over here. My mouse at. Oh, it's right there on the screen. No, it's not. Now I don't know where my mouse at. Oh, there it is. And what a real estate, you know, nothing like sitting there sleeping. You were like, ding, your email goes off and they paid the rent. Ding, email goes off and they paid the other half of the rent. Ding, new lot came online. I'm buying it now. Waking up in my sleep, I'm contacting my people. New lot came up, buying it now. And then I am going to sit on it for a year and then sell it, get my money out of it and sell it, right? So those are also option plays. You may even get a lot and throw a tiny house on the lot, right? But you need to look at the zoning. You need to do your due diligence. I talked about this earlier. There is if you go on Home Depot website, and they're selling tiny homes now. And they're coming out and putting them up. So they're selling tiny homes now. So here we got a tiny home right here, uh, $12,000. You get a lot for 20 or 30. You throw somebody in there and you charge them, I don't know, 1,000, 1,500, depending on where you got this at. Boom, here you go. Yep, you can do cannabis dispensaries, but if you work for the federal government, you ain't gonna be able to do that. However,
Yep, you ain't gonna do that. No, you're not.
yeah,
Believe me, you're not.
yeah. But again, I'm just trying to get you to think: how can you make this $70 turn into 140? How you can make this 70 turn into 200? How can you make the 70 work for you? Because we want that 70 to work for me. And this is I'm not, and I'm just telling you this from how people talk to you sometimes, and how some people think around you. Let me say it that way too. Some
All
people around you be like, man, if you leave that job, you owe them $100,000, because in their mind they spent it already. They is like, you ain't got it. You ain't got the answers way, but you smart. You smart because you went and invested that money, and that money is now working in the background. So every time they say you ain't got it, you like, no, you right. I don't have that. I got more. So if they come to you and be like, yo, you got to get that 100 back. You be like, you know what? No problem. Well, who you want me to make that out to?
Let's check too.
Hold on 1 minute.
How you want me to wire
No,
that?
this is the play. Be like, I don't work here anymore. Here you go.
Who you want me to wire this to?
This is my last day.
Yep.
Today is my last day.
But again, one of the things we are lacking in our community is the knowledge to do this. I never learned how to utilize data to invest or utilize all this to invest. I was taught this. Someone came to me and said, hey, this is how you do this, this is how you do this. This to the point where I got so interested in economics and everything, to the point where now I can look at certain places and say, okay, I need this data to make this make it work. So again, this needs to be taught in a vast way. We are lacking that education in terms of knowing what we need to invest, how we need to invest, or even how to make that educated decision to invest. Because crypto, one of the biggest laughs I always laugh is the jump into crypto was so huge in terms of our community. It was like everything has to be in the crypto market. And this isn't, if you look at how the market is too volatile, smart investors were not investing in this. So why are we jumping in? It's like it's basically the next sliced bread.
Because some people believe like Munger and them are too old to even understand it. So like there's a lot of pushback. There's a lot of videos out there.
There's a lot. Before I even looked at crypto, I read a lot on I knew blockchain, but the crypto market. I always say, the crypto market is like 2% of the technology itself. That we are focusing on the product, but not what's behind the product, and that's a big problem. Everybody else is going behind the product. What is this technology used in the medical side? What is this technology used in other aspects of rather than crypto? But we're so involved in the product side that we miss out on the big aspect of it. And that's a problem. We need to be educated more into what is this product? Why is crypto so drawing? Why are we so drawn into crypto that
And then
other
it's
other people see the volatility? Yeah, with money, but the volatility is there. You can lose money, and I'm always
playing the lotto. Like you go for the high of it. You know, sometimes you got good gains. Sometimes people want to play. They want to gamble.
And the big winners of this are either people who created a coin, who knew the technology, or the people who are teaching you with courses. Those are the winners. The winners are not people who were really investing in that much. And I'm seeing the trends, and I'm trying to talk to people like, study this really well and see how this works before you jump into it. But again, everybody is hearing this is the next wealth transfer. I said the next wealth transfer is not one aspect. There are numerous variables in terms of wealth transfer. And you focusing on crypto is not just that wealth transfer.
But
Their business is
had
real
some
estate.
gains though. It did. I mean,
it has gains.
Blockchain meetups when it was like $35.
It has gains. Don't get me wrong. It has gains. But the question is, who is going to invest 30,000 in our community right now in Bitcoin?
They do it every day. They do it every day.
Who has 30,000 when the average income is 37,000?
We don't talk about those average earners over here.
But no, but they're the ones who buying it in the crypto.
We don't talk about 35, 50K over here.
But the math. But I got to look at the math. You got to look at the math. The average income is 37. The Bitcoin is 30.
I get it.
40% of. So how is that working now? How is that math working out?
Well, I can't explain that. Because all I know is, and this is what we got in trouble with on when we were over there. They was like, you in a whole different world. Again,
Because I'm looking at the
made
numbers and it doesn't
people got
match.
mad with me. I made 115 in 2008. So like, if people get mad with me, it's not on bragging. It's the fact of the people that I have been around. They we it's just been a very long time. So it for me is like, when do we make more $100,000, $200,000, 600,000, $2 million heirs? When do we make those people? When do we stop looking at the stats and say that's what people are making? And then when do we look and say, well, let's make more people that are in this other income bracket? And that's where I'm at. I want to make more people in this other income bracket. I want us to be able to be like, yo, like I said, if we can't write down at least one person who has 1 million, one person who has 5 million, one person who has 10 million, something is wrong.
Again, all that is beautiful, but again, we are again
I can't
and every
never.
time I know recession, everybody's talking about recession now. The new stuff is recession, and it's affecting everybody, even the inflation and everything. But we neglect to even talk about that in this
Oh
community.
no, I was gonna bring that up. Let me pull that up for you.
Recession beating us with a stick, and is beating us bad. Inflation, even housing, we don't even have housing, mortgages, and everything. With the increase in mortgage rates now, how all these economic factors are basically beating us to the pulp. But we are not focusing on solutions in terms of, again, the tech side. You brought up this resume, but if I tell you, hey, you have to study Solidity, back end, you have to study Java, Python, you have to learn, not only that, you have to learn cryptography again. Let me
Cryptographic,
just
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
cryptography or something that I always forget. But yeah, you have to learn all this to actually be a good blockchain developer or good blockchain CIO. You,
Mhm.
all these skills are not acquired in a month, 6 months. These are continuous skills that
Mhm.
are done in 2 years. But we are so focused on the quick results, crypto.
But
We're
who
not.
is we though? Like, are you putting yourself with a we that you are no longer a part of?
These are our people, man. They're my
Who is your
people.
people?
Every person of
We
color
can't
is my
put we
people.
look.
Everybody of color is not my people, and that's
Okay,
like
every African American
all
is
skin
my
folk ain't
people.
skin folk.
Well, that's the problem. We
It's
can't. We
eight
can't.
people in your family right now that y'all share the same bloodline. But literally, if they wasn't your family, if you saw them in the street, you wouldn't speak.
But no. This is my family. This is how my family works. My family believes if one person goes up, we gotta pick a person up by investing in what they wanted to
But
do.
everybody is
Positive.
not going to catch that knowledge or that aha moment at the same time, and that's okay.
But it's
So
getting
take
hard
the
out
people
here.
that want to learn that, get them trained up, and by the time you go back, somebody else might have had their aha moment to
But
say, you
it's
know
getting
what?
hard.
But we
But
can't wait on
that's
them.
that's not yours to decide though,
You,
because
you know how
you
hard
gonna
it
worry
is out
yourself
here.
into
No,
one
we
of them
can't
early graves. Don't put that worry on your spirit.
see this how black men
Hard,
die
man.
early.
This is
No. You gotta see. You gotta see what I see. I'm
We
in the
see
I
DM.
what you
see it.
see.
I'm in the DMV area. I see in my neighborhood. I see affluent white people and affluent
Dude,
black
if
people.
you stay in Nova, I stayed in Nova. What you see is what I saw in Nova. Get the F out of here. Get the F out of here. What you saw is what I saw. Average income in Nova. Nova is
No.
150,000.
Okay.
Fairfax,
Yeah.
Northern Virginia,
Yeah.
Penn,
Yeah.
Ashburn, it
Yeah.
goes up. Stop
Yeah.
it. I was there. I know.
Fine.
I've been there twice.
But
What
again,
you
but
saw?
no. But
You go,
if you
no,
go,
no, 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 no.
if you
You
go to
finna play.
Maryland,
No, no, no,
Baltimore,
no, no,
you
no.
gotta go to
You
Maryland,
finna play this
Baltimore.
game. You
We
finna play
all
this
see it.
game.
But we've been doing women in Linux for 5 years. 5 years. We've been teaching the same course literally for 5 years. We can go
different
online
stuff.
and pull anything.
Don't try to
We
hold
got
like that.
2,200 subscribers on YouTube.
But
That's it.
But go to Baltimore, Maryland.
No,
I'm
listen,
seeing.
that's not my point. My point is people that are looking for us. And
But how many are they?
Have find us. And then those people, their energy and what their people see that. And people, they're all in different stages. Some people be like, you know what? I want what she has. I'm going to look into it more. Some person might be like, oh, I'm not ready for that. Let me finish this and let me double back and see if that I like that. Some people like, I'm not even looking for that. And you're planting these seeds and seeds and seeds. And so again, you can't worry about the people that don't want to go where you're going. What you're doing is you're sowing seeds so that they'll get it. Like it's an energy, like it's growing. It ain't time for everybody.
But these bad. It's bad.
I know. I'm from San Francisco, California.
Yeah,
they are robbing people in broad daylight. Like
bad.
Stuff.
You see,
it's bad everywhere. If you can't brunch in Atlanta,
but statistically, our people get hit the most with a recession.
But here's the thing:
I think everybody is getting an equal amount of beating.
No, we get hit the most.
See us the most. We're highlighted the most, which makes it look like we're doing the most.
I'm saddened that there are opportunities that are available.
Well, I'm gonna help you out.
And we need to
give me part of your paycheck, and I'm gonna go.
I ain't gonna happen. I got family.
Give me part of your paycheck.
That's gonna happen.
DMV.
That
ain't gonna happen. And I'm glad you mentioned this, right? Because this brings up a thing I had looked up. Oh, I think I have mine in my notes. It said homeless population, that the homeless population for Blacks is 40%, right? It says African Americans make up 13% of the general population, but more than 40% of the homeless population. All right. So now this gets back into like, what are we doing where we're not, getting the skills? Because now a lot of stuff is free. What is missing when it comes down to translating this information? What's going on? And it actually brings up a story that I actually this highlights this story. Let me pull it up because I found it was a tearjerker for me. But I wanted to. It goes into this story. What we're talking about right now. And that's really about chances, right? That's really what we're talking about here. So this actually highlights a lot of things about being hit hard that we normally don't get a chance to talk about. So here, I'm going to drop this in here and let this play. Engineering cannabis, stay up because I want you to see this.
Why doesn't every home in the U.S. have solar panels? The reason is not about sunlight or weather.
Don't get any interruptions.
Here's a question. Have you ever been given a second chance? Yep. And if so, what did you do with it? This morning, our lead national correspondent, that would be David Begnaud, introduces us to Gabrielle Perry. She's a Louisiana woman who was given a very unique opportunity. David, we've been waiting all morning for this story. Good morning to you.
Here we go. Good morning, my friend. Look, we all make mistakes, but not everyone gets someone who believes in them enough to take a risk and give them a second chance. That's what this story is about. So buckle up for a valuable life lesson and a surprise. The life of Gabrielle Perry has benefited from second chances that all began when she was born and given up for adoption.
I am the birth child of a woman who was incarcerated, and that was the story of how I came to be into this world.
The woman with that bright smile learned firsthand about second chances by watching her adoptive father, Thurman Perry, run his Louisiana lawn care business.
and they don't make men like my daddy no more. The only people that he hired were the men from the local jail. They were from the prison work release program. He never treated them any differently.
Did he do that because he wanted to give them a second chance?
I believe so. In my heart, I really do.
Mr. Perry died before he could see his daughter go to LSU. But in your personal life back home, they were foreclosing on your family home. Your mom was sick.
I mean, it was just everything was falling apart, and desperation led to a lot of poor choices.
While in college, she got arrested.
I had taken money that I did not earn from my work-study job. I got caught, of course, and immediately confessed to it.
She was charged with 27 felonies.
So I'm gonna start right there. She was charged with 27 felonies because she was taking money from a work-study program.
Got a bad rap. She needs a good lawyer.
27
felonies.
Yep.
She needed a good lawyer. She
Okay.
got a bad rap.
And I'm pointing this out because I want us to understand, she was adopted. She was given up for adoption. Somebody adopted her, a stepfather, right? A new daddy, right? That it's not his own seed. He took a chance on her. He loved her. He showed her some love. He showed her compassion. And here she is. Her father died. Her mom is sick. She's sick. She's like, I'm desperate. I don't have options. And so she stole. They caught her. Now they charge her with 27 felonies. She didn't knock nobody off.
In Louisiana, she stole from her work study.
But let's keep it real. If this was another kid with another complexion, the university wouldn't have even brought that up. The university would have said, "Bring the money back and give you a slap
Not
in
in
the wrist."
Louisiana, we wouldn't have seen this. We wouldn't have. No.
Slap in the wrist, and you would have gone home and said, "Hey, he's a good kid. He needed a good education, and go home and don't do this again." They wouldn't have given them if she had a good lawyer, good defense. She wouldn't have gotten that charge. She would have gotten a slap in the wrist. I'm a good student. I've never done anything.
But in order to do that, she had to have money.
And that's the chicken and the egg.
See how this keep going back to money? As much people is like, well, money ain't all of everything. She would have needed money, right?
That's a chicken and the egg statement.
All right, so here we go. All right, let's finish it.
And even though she paid the money back, she had to face Judge O. Higginbotham.
He just was so kind to me. And he asked me if I was ready to go back to school. It was almost like it was a collaboration. Like we were just having a meeting about my future. I feel like I was meeting with an advisor, and this was the judge on my criminal case. And there was just so much humanity in that moment, and it really changed the trajectory of my entire life.
Wow. The judge decided not to give her jail time, and that was another second chance.
Dear Judge Higginbotham,
it meant so much to her that she wrote him a letter.
I stood before you just about 7 years ago as a first-time nonviolent offender. When you called my case, you were incredibly kind to me. Your decision to not punish me saved my life. And because of that, I get to go save other people's lives now too. In deep sincerity, Gabrielle Angelique Perry.
It's a teacher. I'm sorry.
Ms. Perry, how are you?
It's nice to see you again, sir. I didn't think they would bother you with this.
No, they're not bothering me at all. I keep your letter on my desk every single day. It gives me inspiration to do what I do every single day.
He took her to his chambers to show her. He wasn't kidding.
I took a lot of care in making that letter. I really just never thought that it even got to you. I just sent it because I felt like...
Been sitting right here.
Even after the judge showed mercy to her, she struggled.
We are in the place that I was homeless the longest.
Bathing in a bucket, walking 3 miles a day to work. That was her life, she says, for nearly 3 months after her arrest.
My peers, my sorority sisters, everyone kind of just led the charge in just isolating me.
And that experience gave definite.
And she pledged what? and they led the charge in isolating her. Where's the again? We're talking about humanity here. We're talking about how you change lives. We're talking about how you leave wealth to change lives. This is what I'm saying. Her dad probably didn't have much. He probably struggled. You don't know if her dad left much because then the mom was sick and they had to use that for the mom. She was just trying to get by, just to get by. It's just like that old song says, just to get by. So again, when we're talking about how to get people involved and what we're doing, we can no longer wait for people to be ready. She's ready, right? You can probably walk into her life and say, look, let me show you how to do this, and let me show you how to do that. She's ready, right? She knows what it's like, and she's willing to take a chance on herself. Some people are not even willing to take a chance on yourself. That's why I get so up in arms about some of these conversations about, you know, we don't need 50,000. Well, we can survive off of 50,000, or I can make it off of 100. You can make it, but are you thriving? Are you leaving wealth? Are you leaving a wealth? Are you building wealth? Are you leaving wealth? Are you using wealth preservation? What does that look like? Where are we at? Let's face it. Most of Black people live in the Southeast, heavily populated in Atlanta, heavily populated in Miami, heavily populated in Alabama, and all the major cities. In the major cities, the actual rent is going up. Like the average rent is no longer $1,000. It is 1,700 in some places, 2,000 in some places, it's 2,300, right? So we can't be sitting, we can't afford to be sitting up here jaw jacking and boxing and hoping that something happen, right? The time is now. Wealth accumulation and wealth preservation happens now. It happens every time you get up. It happens every time you turn on YouTube. Every time you build a new skill, that's a new skill that you need to be using for wealth accumulation. If you ain't doing that, if that person around you and the people around you ain't talking about that, what we doing? What we talking about?
Kevin
Right?
Samuels.
Again, what we talking about? When we start talking
That's what we talking about. That's what I've been hearing in YouTube for the
again,
past
that's not my
3
tribe.
weeks.
That's not my tribe. My tribe is, we need 10 million for retirement at a minimum.
And the funny
That's
thing,
my tribe. But I can't. Hey, he got a whole tribe over there. He got a whole bunch of people over there that's ready to bury him.
the infrastructure bill is out. There's money there, but nobody's talking about just the infrastructure bill.
I talked about the
I know you're talking about, but again, I'm talking about black men, and all that in YouTube.
You got to go hold them accountable.
I can't.
We're gonna talk about it.
You got to go hold them
Be the
accountable.
change we want to see.
I'm being for real.
I'm not,
listen
because the
hold
divide
on.
is so huge that
Listen,
again, I've been told I'm professorial. I can't talk to the normal person.
but you got to go hold them accountable, because again, I'm a woman. We don't know nothing, and nine times out of 10, I'm too masculine and I'm disrespectful because I'm trying to tell you something.
And I've also have
So for
pushbacks.
me, I can't tell you that.
I've
Right?
been having pushback too.
So I had to put the battery in your back, but if
No,
I put the
I've
battery in your
pushback.
back,
I've been told.
if I put the battery in your back, you might get knocked off because
No, I've
in
been told I'm professorial. I'm an immigrant. I'm all that. I don't know. I don't know the
I
system.
don't know. Like the list goes on. Go break up. Who's this? I don't see it. Oh, what's going on, She? What's going on?
All right, what's going on? Yeah, I was gonna jump in real quick. I'm actually supposed to be going to weights. I've been just listening back and on and off, but a lot of those guys don't want to be held accountable because that means they got to put in some work. Because if you sit here and criticize the women for their actions all day, that's good. But if you're not doing anything, then you're just as bad as them. So for a lot of the men who always talk about the women, where's your standpoint? Show your credentials for the reason why this woman needs to be married to you. A lot of guys, you make a decent amount of money, decent amount of money only protects your future, not our future.
Right.
And the
And
problem is
so
they spend hours, 8 and 9 hours on live stream,
11.
11 hours on live stream,
Yeah.
talking about what? And I'm trying to come in and tell that there are things that can change your life with men and women's, the issue becomes null and void, because if you have enough money and enough resources, all these issues really they're not issues at this point.
So this is why I posted in the chat yesterday, and I'm gonna let you talk, Shahid. This is why I posted in the chat yesterday. I posted this in the chat yesterday. I said, all the men in here, what woman do you qualify for now on a scale of 1 to 10, and you can't use 7? What woman do you qualify for right now on a scale of 1 to 10, and you can't use 7? And here go everybody. We qualify for the world. We qualify for the world. On a scale of 1 to 10, you being disrespectful with what I'm saying. On a scale of 1 to 10, what woman do you qualify for? And all I'm simply saying is the conversations are redundant. The needle doesn't move. We're not moving forward. We're still sitting up here arguing about. We really be arguing about who the brokest. That's really what we be arguing about.
Yes.
I
We
make
argue about that.
32. She need me. She need
Yeah,
me.
we making 60 together, or 70. I'm like, y'all broke.
We
It's
arguing about. We really be arguing about.
Can we table this conversation for now?
That's all I'm saying. But go ahead,
Oh.
she. I know you want to have your conversation. Go ahead.
yeah, because I go into all of those spaces, and I told guys, like, when I started my channel, I was on the fence back and forth because I seen the balance, but at the same time, and let me put on my seatbelt. But at the same time, I wanted to have a conversation to say, we need to work together for a greater good. So that's when I started trying to change up my content and having people more informed on getting money and doing better for themselves. It's a lot of people. We can talk about these women all day, but there's men and women that don't even know how to fill out a job application. They don't even know how to open up a bank account. They don't even, the first steps in buying a house. The qualifications. Literally, there's a lot of people that think they can't qualify for anything because they don't go seek the knowledge. That's the biggest issue with a lot of people. Like when you were talking about the trades and stuff, that's what I'm learning plumbing right now. Learn a little carpentry. I'm about to get ready to start getting into electricity so I can, wiring and stuff like that. So I can, how to wire houses and stuff. Cause I want to have skills. My thing is good. I've basically with building a house, I pretty much can damn near do that on my own right now besides wiring the house. And I got partial skills in that, bare minimum. But the thing is, a lot of people, they talk the talk only because it's relevant when it's good on the man side, but when you have to prove those skills and show, then you lose out.
Hey man, I'm gonna give y'all this gem right here. This is true. Right here in my apartment complex, right? In my apartment complex, when I be walking around, you know who doing all the construction and painting and stuff like that? It's Hispanic women. Like it is Hispanic women. They be out here putting down salt, picking it up. They lugging garbage. They doing this. They putting up walls. They come over here and they was like, I was like, hey, I said, hey, something is going on with my
Fixing
fan
the
in the room.
refrigerator. I said, what's going on?
Fixing refrigerators, putting up ceiling fans, putting down baseboards, putting down carpet, putting down floors. That's their thing. And they be in here every day. They be like, hey. I be like, let them do it. Like, cause
Oh, female maintenance crew. I was like,
hold
is it a program?
Yeah, that's it.
Can we watch what happened with the lady?
Yeah. Well, what you got done? Hold on, let me get done before we go.
I'm just gonna hold off for a second because like I had some stuff that I was gonna say, but I got so thrown off by the video. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I got so thrown off by the video because I'm like, oh, she's stealing. But then when I actually listened to like everything that happened, like that hurt me so much because it's so many times and situations where I had family members that, you know, make mistakes and they get into situations like that. And aside from the fact that I might have had family members that just they didn't have the proper mindset, so when they got into these things that they just didn't care enough to help them. If they wanted to them, they couldn't because we weren't focused on the right things in the first place. We don't have means. And the worst part about it that I've been trying to explain to people, and I'm trying to get my family, you know, as in like parts of my family on the same board with me on, is the fact that get out of here with this false bravado. Stuff is not good for us. Like, we have a lot of work to do. If I come home and you like, yeah, cuz you're doing it, this is that and the other, that's bad. Because because I'm doing well for myself. But as I get older, when I was younger, I was always taught to be a certain way. So I always focus on the right things, you know, saving, having a certain mindset when it comes to working. And when I do work and pursue any sort of education or training, make sure that it's actionable. Like I can get something from it. This is what was put into me by my parents. But as I got older, I'm like, oh snap, I come into society and it's really just me. I need more people like me that have my interests at heart, like some sort of shared understanding to come with me and help me. So I go back and I'm trying to explain to people the way things work. And then you have, you kind of get people on board. You get them, you know, the talk or whatever. But it's just like when it comes time to do the work, like
it's tough. It's tough. Nobody wants to do work.
And then it just hurts. So I'm gonna pause. I'm just going.
Yeah, that's self-validation, you know, right now, because nobody wants to work with each other. We got families. It's all a I and a me team. That's the only team. It's about you. Nobody else. We can't work together. We can't make generational wealth or anything because even in a marriage, the man might have got married for certain principles. The woman got married for certain principles. They're not joining together to make the union. They're joining together because they broke. They need each other to survive.
They're joining together.
But you know, also one thing that I realized, because I tried to get all my cousins, I can say they're doing fairly well for themselves in what they're pursuing. You know what I'm saying? Where we're all able, I can say, to put 5 to 10 grand into an investment together. If 5 of us, right? But I also had to realize in making that comment to engineering cannabis that everybody's not ready. Like, even though we are doing well, it's some level of trauma in all of our situations. So it's like we have, and I don't want to use struggle to get out of our situations. We didn't struggle. We made intentional choices to do things to get us in a better place and be opposite of our parents in all respects. And a lot of that breeds trauma. So when you know, me thinking about it, I didn't push too hard because I was like, everybody is still working towards their individual dreams for their families and what that looks like and what they're creating. And they are putting so much into that, is that I don't even think they've stepped too much outside of what that means beyond their little unit, if that makes sense. Like I love my family, but I've cleaved and made my own situation. And so I'm trying the best to make sure that I don't break this before going out and bringing other people from the same dysfunction that I'm from. Because even though don't nobody call them ask me for no money, I still don't know what that is. I still don't know what they picked up, what residue they picked up off their situation.
But when it gets really bad, and it's getting bad, you will expect some of those family members to reach out.
But that's okay though, because you put yourself in a position, and this is why it's so important. You put yourself in a position where you can help them. Like it's nothing like, oh, okay, 500, okay, cool, got you, nothing.
500 ain't gonna help you during the recession.
But it depends
Gas
on
prices.
but again,
That's
depends on what they're asking for. Somebody may be asking 500 because they need to pay their lights and it's behind 2 months, and that's gonna keep some lights on in that house. So it may not be 500, may not be that big to you, but it may be big to them. But you got to look at it like you're able to do it. Like
Right.
I'm
Or it's a
able,
over the hump situation
yeah,
for
I'm
somebody
able
else.
to do it, right? Some
but
people, but you got to remember, some people can't call on nobody in their family, so they lights just go off, and then after the lights go off, then the water goes off, and after the water goes off comes eviction, because now it's not, you can't even stay there. So you got to remember, you yourself are getting to a place where you're able to help somebody, where you're able to reach back and help somebody, like the person that just played off why all the students that graduated from Wiley College. They paid off all their tuition. They don't have no student loan debt going forward. When we start having where we're able to have those conversations, right? Well, that's the conversations we need to have. The conversation we need to have is why they got student loans to go to college. That's another conversation that we need to have. But much less when you graduate, you shouldn't be in debt for when you graduate. That's another conversation. So we need to get them before they go to college, so they ain't gotta have student loans. So they ain't gotta go. If you do take, as like people like to say, underwater basket weaving, whatever. At least if you do take that, you do at least get a chance to go explore and say, "Oh, that was some dumb shit. I'm gonna go over here and do something else," right? But at least you get the ability to do that. You don't get the ability to explore. That's the problem with us. We don't even get the ability to explore in college. It is go to college and you need to take tech.
It's
And you
plan
need
A.
to be. Yeah, you don't have no plan B, no
but
plan A.
yes, but that is true.
It ain't
That
that
was my
simple.
choice. You need to go to tech or else.
Exactly.
That's number one on your list.
That is your list. This
Show
is
list.
this is what your major is.
Right.
Nothing else.
Right. And so I don't want us to continue to be in that situation. That's the hamster wheel. That's the hamster wheel. Even if you're teaching a kid who's going off to college how to cut grass, and you send them send them to school with a lawnmower and a truck, at least that person can cut some grass while they on the weekends, instead of going high five and then all of that. I gotta go cut these lawns because I'm gonna need some money to buy some books because my family can't afford to do X, Y, and Z. But we just gotta get away from the fact that we sending off kids to college with debt, or we're sending off kids to play places with no plan and no idea of what's available to them, so they can make informed decisions when they go to college. Go ahead, Don.
I got his church finger up.
I do.
Yeah.
But so I just want to touch on this before I forget, because I got concussions and TBIs. But
I got you.
So D mentioned trauma, and I just want to touch on the fact that the trauma runs deep, right? So I learned at a young age that I could even get good advice from a crackhead, because at a bare minimum he could tell me not to do crack. So I mean, why am I saying that? So when we talk about our parents, and you're talking about doing everything that they didn't do, what came with that is, what I noticed is a lot of people, especially ones that I came up with, and a lot of ones that didn't achieve success, they didn't listen to the good that their parents had to say either. And they didn't make exactly the same mistakes. They made different mistakes, ended up in the same or worse position. And then I would talk to my family and other members, and I would be like, you're actually experiencing generational regression, and let's sit down and talk about what we did wrong and move forward. So what that prevents you from doing, when you can't look at the good in those situations, especially taking good advice from your parents and the people that were in your life, even if they've done wrong, it prevents you from things like this. So I'm in college right now. I have different instructors in different disciplines: information systems, finance, accounting, so on and so forth. I talk to them and I try to figure out what their background is, what they've done, what they know. Mm-hmm. And I've gotten connections from that, just from, that communication, being able to accept any sort of potential good counsel from anybody. I met an information system, a Chinese lady, and she was running down her whole background and telling me, And that's how I first found out about the $1 million jobs at Facebook from her, because her son was offered one and he owned 2 businesses that he sold, so on and so forth. And then when I was talking with you a while back, and I was talking about these different certs, like the business IT certs, SAP, the cloud certs, enterprise resource, so on and so forth.
Mhm.
That's how I found out about these things. I also found out about programs that are near me that allow me to do these things completely free, with like 4-month-long training programs and a 2-week boot camp at the end that land me with the cert and job connections.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't get any of these things if we don't actually network and talk to people. And if we can't even take the good out of the bad situations and the bad things that came from our parents and our upbringing, what are we going to see? How are we going to see the value in networking?
I say it all the time. You got to attend the conferences. That's why when we bring people on the show, make sure you talk to them, ask them, ask questions. Where you came from? What's up with your mama and them? Like,
Because we sure met them networking. we've traveled the world. Like, I mean, the 70s, and met all different types of people, and people, it's cyclical. People remember, and we're a nonprofit, we'll receive a check or a call, or somebody switch positions and they're looking for people. I mean, that's what it's about.
Yep. There's somebody in the back, but they don't have a name. I just got hunted.
I asked for the name and camera ready as well.
All right. So let me finish off this thing. I think you'll like the rest of it.
Definition to what has become her passion project, the Thurman Perry Foundation, named for her daddy. The foundation gives financial assistance and essential public health resources to women and girls impacted by incarceration.
My education saved my life. Being able to educate women and girls is not just a nicety, it's a public health measure, it's a public safety measure.
And that leads us to Tamika Starks, the first of more than a dozen incarcerated women to get a $1,000 scholarship from the Perry Foundation.
Oh my goodness.
They had never met until this moment inside the Louisiana Women's Prison.
It's okay, we're here together. It's a moment. You just look exactly like all your pictures, and I keep all your letters, and and I'm just so happy.
Yeah, I'm happy to see you, and I'm grateful for the work that you do. You are giving us ladies a voice. So there's purpose in the pain, there's purpose in the opposition, there's purpose in your tears. We are very, very grateful.
Starks is serving a 20-year sentence for manslaughter. What is your story about how you came to be here?
Well, I came to be here through domestic violence.
I remember calling the police multiple times, and I also called the domestic violence hotline a couple times, and I was told to get a dog. To get a dog. So in the moment, instead of running away, I ran towards him, and I shot my husband. And he died.
So in awarding a scholarship to her, what is your hope?
Essentially, women who are incarcerated, they're erased. I want to be able to give them a sense of dignity and to be able to give them a sense of purpose.
Just as Judge Higginbotham gave to her.
Your decision not to punish me has definitely reverberated. We have a scholarship program, especially, which is honestly a direct result of you letting me go back to school. I got to pull myself and my mom out of poverty. I got to be somebody.
Well, I played a very minor role in this. You are the person that did everything.
But in fact, he empowered her to go on to get 3 degrees, including a master's of public health in epidemiology. She is now a 29-year-old epidemiologist studying infectious diseases. A lot of us move through life and people are nice to us, but it doesn't stop us and give us pause. What is it about kindness that gives you such pause?
There's been such a lack of it. There's such a lack of it in the world in general. It's like you forfeit that by having crossed through a jail cell. It's like you are no longer worthy of that. And I don't believe that.
And so when someone is kind to you, it has the ability to literally change the trajectory of your life.
I'm living proof of that.
Oh, wow.
There were so many layers to that story, David Begnaud. I don't even know where to begin. The Judge Higginbotham, wow.
Wasn't it cool bringing the two of them
Yes.
together? By the way, the
very,
judge
very.
didn't remember the moment 7 years ago, but when we called and said, hey, listen, we're bringing her, could she read the letter in your courtroom? He said, I got to meet her. It's been on my desk. And sure enough, for 2 years, it has sat in the corner of
That
his
says
desk.
something about him, though. I love when she said it was like talking to a counselor as opposed to the judge who was supposed to sentence her in the case.
Yeah. And, when we talk about the public health resources, she provides feminine products to the women's prison in Louisiana. And it was really the Orleans Parish Sheriff who first took a chance on her because she said, listen, women need organic feminine products, not this stuff out of the machine that have, strips in it that aren't particularly safe, right? And so they believed in her, they bet on her, and now every quarter she delivers these to women in the prison system. And so
it really just shows that people who have a record, who committed a crime, they are not what they did on their worst day with their worst decision. There's so much more.
Yeah, and on top of that, individuals that have an opportunity have influence on somebody's life and can change that. Send them in the wrong direction saying, no, you are your mistakes. Or just like Judge,
he saw something, Nate.
You know what? You are not your mistake.
Yes.
I'm not only going to get out your way and let you go forward, I'm going to lend you a helping hand and encourage you to speak that into your heart. That is an incredible.
Can I just say something about Gabrielle's hair? Love her hair.
Pretty fabulous.
When I was a little kid, if I wore it like that, my grandmother would say, girl, don't comb your hair.
It only takes one black woman
That's
to
an
talk about
actual
hair.
hairdo. My daughter wears her hair like
It only takes one black woman to talk about hair. All right. So in the back, we had somebody up and they were saying, okay, no problem. They left. They were saying they weren't camera ready. They were saying no one brought up about marrying early in life for generational wealth and partnership. So again, that's a rabbit hole, but I'll address it real quick. So marrying early in life, let me say it this way.
What is considered early, though?
I'm assuming around 22 to 25, right? And I'm gonna say I don't know of too many. Let me put it this way: I don't know of too many young Black men and women who get together and marry early in life and have wealth handed to them, unless they are a part of a particular society where wealth is transferred between families. And when I say that, I mean like the Boulay, or hey, my dad owns 5 car dealerships and this person family over here owns a set of McDonald's, and their kids play with each other and they grow up together. It is normally.
So would that be considered middle, upper class Blacks, or is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we want to, because if we can talk about middle upper class, we're talking 60,000. I'm really talking about the ones that are bringing in like maybe about 200,000 or 300,000 in a family. I don't normally see that for us, and that's marrying early.
But in any culture, in every culture, even in my culture, they tell you, are you responsible enough, not only mentally, but financially, to take care of a woman and a family?
And
that is the first question. I'm Nigerian.
Okay.
They ask you in any culture, are you prepared? Are you stable enough? Because now you're taking in a responsibility. You're taking someone else's daughter and family. So are you responsible enough mentally and financially to take care of? That is every culture. If you're not, don't put another person's daughter in, my wife will tell you, in suffrage or poverty, or let her be until you're ready. And that's it.
I want to say something to
Go ahead.
I want to say something to that. I pretty much got married at 25, and the reason why I did get married, because I knew what I want, and that was the thing with a lot of people getting married. And I always talk about this a lot, about having knowledge of self. I knew what I wanted. I knew the situation I want to have for my family and in the future of my life. So, my decision was based on, me starting young, because my parents did die when I was younger. So that was one of the things that motivated me as well. And it was to the point where I found a woman that, we work together, because it's very seldom, at that age, you find somebody that, wants to do things in their life and going down a path they ain't about games, they don't want to play, and to a degree,
Mhm.
it was the best thing for me. And I would always encourage people, that's a good thing to get married young, but at the same time, you gotta, like I said, knowledge, know who you're dealing with and know the situation, because a lot of people, they just get married just to be getting married, and in the end they lose out because they didn't really want to marry for love or marry for generation or something. They just wanted to do it because it was something to do. Like, I literally heard people say they got married just so they won't be in their parents' house.
So here's the question though. Did when you got married, were y'all financially set when y'all got married? And that's the question, right? At 25, like, are you really financially set when y'all got married? Hell, I got married at 25. I can tell you I wasn't financially set at 25. But again, that's what I'm saying. Like, we saying we're getting married for generational wealth. Well, generational wealth implies that someone is handing down something to that man or that woman so they can go forth and build. But normally it's not happening that way. Getting $5,000 from your wedding is not generational wealth. That's just $5,000 that you get for your wedding, and you get some gifts, right? So, but 9 times out of 10, you have to go. You and that man have to figure out how to make it, right? I don't know. And maybe my definition of generational wealth is wrong, because I'm surely thinking generational wealth is coming from some family
from the generation before
me.
yeah, but in creating, but as Black people, a lot of us, like, I don't know what we could consider, because I mean, my mother went to college. I don't think she finished. She got 6 credits, she say. But having degrees and building family, like, still, I didn't get it. I didn't get any generational anything handed down from nobody. Like, it wasn't like, and plenty of grandparents have died.
Did you get some recipes?
Yeah, that's because I was in the kitchen cooking and rolling dough and in there looking in everybody's mouth because I was nosy. Like, I was in there and I asked questions. So that was where I was at. But other than not any money.
Right. Or a house or some land. Like, it happens. I'm not saying it don't happen for Black people. I'm just saying it doesn't happen.
And I'm not saying you can't start the process now for your family. I get what building generational wealth means, but like I said, we didn't come into any inheritance. I didn't come into any inheritance.
It wasn't like the girl that we watched earlier where she got $20 million to go buy a house in Beverly Hills.
Yeah, and see, that's the biggest thing that I'm trying to do right now, because like my dad passed, he was in the military, so he had some things set up, like far as money wise, to have us in somewhat of a good standings going into far as his kids. And that's what I'm trying to do for my kids. That's why I always push Alonzo Hall on YouTube talking about life insurance, because a lot of people, just as simple as paying $100, $200 a month can break that cycle. That's a lot of people don't understand that, and I always tell, I got $500,000 in life insurance. That ain't even enough. I'm trying to at least get $1 million, and $1 million ain't enough. But the point of it is, it's a start. See, a lot of people, they don't even start the race. So, we already start in the back. We already start no shoes on at the starting line, where other people are halfway through the race or at the finish line sitting there playing and putting on their shoes while we still running the race.
I was going to say something else, but that's something I keep between me and D.
But
it's a joke
when
Natasha says money may have been handed down from parents to kids, but not generational financial literacy. So kids blow the money. Yep. That's why we got trust and instructions. That's been what we've been pushing home for the last 3 weeks is instructions. A lot of these people that are getting inheritance do not have any literacy, but they know the instructions. They know when they're gonna get that first disbursement. when they gonna get that second disbursement, what they gotta do to get it released, when it's gonna be released, and what they can do with it.
But
Guaranteed.
they don't have literacy, but they have connections, and also have. If they can pay, if their parents can pay for college, they already have a head start. They might not, they might blow the money, but they already have a free education, and they have connections.
But
And
that's
yes,
what,
they might
but
blow
I
money,
put
but
that I put generational wealth on me. All right.
yeah,
So when I put that on me, meaning that I'm not going to go out and get all these policies where one policy is 2 million, another policy is 5 million, and then I put $1 million in the whole life policy, and then I pass away and it just go to people. No, I'm leaving instructions. I'm leaving planning. I'm putting things in place. You can't sell this land. You can't sell this house. Anything that you acquire with this money needs to be rolled into this. You're not gonna go and squander away X, Y, and Z. I don't know. I was talking to somebody and they were saying that their family had left a large inheritance. It was 7 kids, and the family had left a large inheritance. And the 7 kids was like, some of the kids was like, we need the money. So instead of keeping the land, and it was a substantial amount of land, instead of keeping the land, they each start selling it off one by one. They just start selling it off
My
one by
dad and his
one.
siblings did that to my grandfather's estate. Literally, they was like, sell that. And they were in the midst of addictions. Like, I look back on that and I just be like, I want to just walk by and just kick them in the kneecap. Like, man, what's your social security number? Like, can I get what policy you got now so we can increase that? Because we basically suffered. Can you imagine buying a home in San Francisco, California, and it being $20,000, and then what it is now that we could have still had that, and it was income producing property, like those things and addictions and all that stuff. Like, not to say like some generations wiped out the wealth. Like they couldn't even handle it. It just slipped through their fingers. Like that's another conversation that a whole generation squandered that.
Mm-hmm. And not only did they squander they probably didn't know. Like, and when I say they didn't know, and this goes back to why I said I put it on me. Didn't know to put protections in place. We're too trusting that. Oh, I trust that person is gonna be savvy. That's why I asked y'all last week when you was looking at the video. What is your financial what's your financial savviness? Is it fair to good? Is it fair to terrible? You need to know the people you're putting in place to be over your estates and so forth. And if you don't trust somebody, put a third party in place.
Yeah, there's a dude. I'm sorry, it's a lady. She had it wasn't trust. I think she was a trust lawyer, and she talked about how this young guy in California got probably like $3.4 million, and within a year and a half he was broke. The first thing he did was bought a Ferrari. I think he rented or bought a place. He was taking trips to
got that foreign.
Dubai. I'm talking about literally like taking trips to Dubai, throwing parties all the time. And then when he looked up, they was like, you broke. And he was like, how? I like, last year I got this dump sum of $3.4 million. And they was like, dude, you was spending and wasn't putting back in. So what you thought was gonna happen? Like, he literally thought it was a magic account that the money was gonna sit there.
Just gonna keep going.
Just balling.
Yeah, and then like I that's why I talk to my kids all the time. I tell my kids about my life insurance. I talk to my kids about little business deals I have with invested in properties, investing in crypto, paper. All that. It's all on paper. I have it.
It's on some paper.
I have it. My wife knows. I have 2 folders. I have one major folder with all my stuff in there, but I have another major folder that just have all my investments, my life insurance, any business deal that I do on the side that she don't even know about is all in that folder. I got different accounts she don't know about. It's all in that folder, but she knows
But what
that
I'm
folder.
saying is it written, not your folders, but what she's supposed to do with the information in the folder?
Yes, that's it. Everything is in
It's
there,
written
all
out and say,
instructions,
I
word
decree.
for word. Take this money and
Okay.
this, and see, that's what I'm setting up now with this trust and everything. Because I was talking to the guy that I got my insurance through. He told me, he's like, well, this is just the one structured thing that you did with me. Now you got to go through the next step and building your trust and making sure your other investments, like your 401ks and all the other investments that you have, is it all protected and all, structured a certain way. Because he was like, if you give your kids the money, what are they going to do with it?
Exactly.
And so that's the whole thing with that. Because like I was telling him, after hearing that, I was like, man, I started right now. Like my oldest son, I told him, I said, if I leave this 200,000-300,000 in you, and you blow this, you done, dude. And because I was just basically having a conversation. I said, well, if I give you $500,000, what would you do with it? He said, man, I'll just retire. And I was like, how? And he was like, man, that's $500,000. I can go to the island where my family from, and I can be good. Or I'm like, dude, $500,000 ain't gonna do nothing in Jamaica. I mean, you can stand to live there a couple of years, but where's the money coming back in? Same thing as that young dude that had all that other money. And so once I told him, I said, go get you some property. Take those properties, rent those properties out. Once those properties get rented out, then you take that money and flip
You
it
should
into
leave
something else.
instructions for him for that, though.
Yeah, and that's what we were having a conversation. So to the point to where I was like, okay, well, that's something for you to take on. Even my younger kids, they 11 years old. I'm constantly teaching them and showing little stuff. I'm like, this is what you're gonna be held responsible for. I tell my wife, I said, if you blow this money, I said, pretty much you can't, because all the instructions gonna be inside. Because I learned, like, listening to different channels, don't give a one lump sum. You have it in increments, because they have to grow with the money.
Exactly.
Some kids are just, you give them the money, they convert back to their kiddish ways. So you have to literally give it to them and let them grow with it.
Eat it up and spend it up.
Yep.
We're going to eat good. We're going to shop. We're going to live. She is going to blow it fat. Like,
yeah,
she going to look at you and be like, you can't take it with you.
And that's why I want to have this conversation, because I know people are inspiring to do more. And I see the hunger in you, but I also want you to see that even though you have the hunger, you need to have some discipline as well too. You need to make sure that you're taking every time you get a sign-on bonus or a bonus, you better make that money make some money. You better make that money make some. If you're gonna go out, if you're gonna blow it on a Lamborghini, rent it out. If you're gonna go blow it on a new crib off somewhere, and you ain't gonna be there full time, rent it out. You better make some money, right? Because you're no longer and then you also have to remember you're looking for tax shelters, right? You want to be able to utilize that money and have that money churning, right? That money need to churn. I don't care. Look, I don't care if you don't get the money and it don't make nothing but 4%, a steady 4% for the next 10 years. Make some money, because you're gonna be sitting on the sidelines. You're gonna blow that 3.4 million, and you're gonna look up. You're like, oh, I had that account over there. Let me just sit back and go back to work. But this money over here is still making me some money. Is at least you got that. But don't put yourself in a situation where you go out, and we saw it on this morning. People are retiring and still working 30 years after retirement. That's a whole new life. A lot can happen in 30 years after retirement, right? You could be healthier, you could get sicker, you could be okay, you can get a new love, you can be traveling. It's a lot of things that can happen. So you need to make sure that you are all right after 60. But the only way you're gonna be all right after 60, you can't wait to get to 60 to prepare for after 60. You prepare now for after 60.
And we're not telling you, trust, we are not telling you to not live your life. Like, and just be so penny printing and frugal that you can't enjoy your life. Enjoy your life, but plan for your enjoyment. Like, it's only one life to live. Like, this process doesn't have to be grueling. Like, you can't do nothing ever. No. Live, have experience.
I think you can do both.
Yeah, live and have experience.
My neighbor surprised me when he's a 55-year-old man, retired. He had 3 businesses. He has a boat. He has 2 houses somewhere else in Florida. He chilling. And the question is, I asked this guy, how are you doing this? And he gave me a blueprint. And I said, okay, this is how you do this. This is where you do this. And he showed me. And again, it's the knowledge. We just need to seek that.
What was the blueprint? What was the blue? You say he gave you the blueprint.
He told me.
Don't come in here and try to just pour a little sprinkle on it. We want
He told me. He first told me, look, first things first. Again, he talked about trusts. He talked about businesses. He said his job when he worked in the Social Security office. He said his job wasn't enough. He wasn't making enough. He had to open a construction firm, serving for the federal government contracts where he made millions.
Mm-hmm.
He's still doing it now. He's still doing it today,
Mm-hmm.
even when he retired. He told me, and I'm in the DMV area. He said this is the best area you can be.
For
He told me how. He even gave me step by step on how to open up a construction firm. Told me what to do and how to do it. And he's a neighbor, and I'm going to continue talking to him. Again, I want to make money too. I want to be 55 and riding a boat. And my dude is well to do. Again, this is what we need. This is the information we need to be out there.
But we brought our Eric Coffee on to talk about getting into government contracting.
How many of them reached out to him?
Yeah, a lot of people have reached out to him, but again, it's the follow through. It's the
Yeah.
Reaching out is one thing, executing is another one, right?
Yes.
Right. So getting out there and actually executing on creating your cap statement, attending meetings, going to building your group, building your people that you're going to work with. All those things come into play, and we have to understand that it's slow money.
Yeah,
but it's good money.
It's not instantaneous. That's the one thing he told me. It's not instantaneous. You're not gonna get it in 3-4 months.
No,
it will take time to build out.
It is gonna take time to build up. There is a podcast out there. One is Eric Coffee, right?
Yeah.
But there is another podcast that does government contracting. Let me pull them up.
And the funny thing, he said, "You're a black guy. There are minority stashes for African for African American designated for not even just people of color, and you can go for a part of it. There are not enough people going for it. You can go for it." I said the people who are going for it are the Indians and the Chinese.
Now you make me want to bring up my other one. So the podcast
bring it up.
Is Government Contracting Officer Podcast. That's the name of the podcast. But let me pull, while you mentioned that, let me pull this up real quick, because this actually goes into what you're talking about, and then talking about government contracting and also minorities going after government contracting. But I'm gonna pull this up so that you can y'all can actually see what I'm talking. I ain't ready yet, D. I ain't ready yet. Hold on.
Put us up on game, Tam.
Let me pull this
No,
up.
it's out here, man. It's
Let me pull this up. The guy, it is it's called Make Millions is the podcast. Let me see if I can find these two. Okay, here they go. My first million is them. But here is the podcast right here. Let me pull this over. Let me show you how let me show you how, and I don't want to call arrogance, but I want to show you how laughable they were about this. Let me show you that, right? Let me show you that. Let's get into this.
why did you do an agency? So me and Sam always talk about we have many mottos on this podcast. For example, we don't do public math. For example, you don't say you're rich, you say you're post-economic. These are things we've picked up from guests along the way. And one of the mottos that we say is
publicly traded companies. You guys are both HubSpot employees, I'm assuming still. Is that correct?
Kinda.
Sure. Or whatever your guys' deal is, right? But you guys are pretty much at HubSpot. Now imagine creating a business and you don't plan on going public. You don't care for the limelight. You don't care for any of that. In business,
so I'll give you this background. So this guy here, he created an agency. His name, let me give you who he is. It is Neil Patel. All right. And basically he went to some conference, right? The way he described it, he went to a conference and they told him that, hey man, you are a minority and you should be getting government contracts. So you need to apply for government contracts. So he went and applied for government contracts and he started getting government contracts. And he was like, who knew? He's like, because in my world, I'm not a minority. It's 1 billion of us in the world. There was like, but in the United States, you're a minority. And so because you are a minority, you can get government contracts. And he said he started going after government contracts. And he's like, that's how I got my millions and then on my way to billions. Yes. And so he talked about how it came to be. He was like, man, I thought it was just for, minorities like Black people, right? He was like, but I didn't know I was a minority. He's like, so I just run with it.
Yep.
It's a successful business. Good revenue growth and good revenue and profitability, right? All that really matters at the end of the day, whether you grow or not grow, is how
I'm trying to find it.
Whether it's HubSpot or whether it's Accenture, everyone has.
Yeah, but you can probably have a much higher revenue per employee with software versus, let's say, you own a massive landscape
at 50 people. You still have thousands of employees to deal with.
Is much higher. So perhaps there's a slightly different day-to-day.
They don't have chapters, so I gotta.
Let's say you're VaynerMedia. He could be doing it to offer for clients. And their clients are spending, a HubSpot, yes, it's more revenue, very expensive in this economy, right? So the point I'm getting at is a consulting company, I had the demand for it. A lot of people wanted to pay me for marketing. And there was just so much demand, it would have been silly not to do. And if I'm not trying to go public or I'm not trying to sell, money's money, green is green. As long as you're happy doing what you're doing, take the cash.
Will you ever sell the company?
I wouldn't say I would never sell the company, but I don't care to ever sell.
I think you're totally right that if you're going to win big, you're going to end up with a bunch of employees.
I think it's before
so courses, which are a different thing, and then the
Milk Road
and this podcast. We have to come on and create the content again, for the ungenius moment, and then you sort of refine, reinventing the next campaign.
When I find it, I'll do it. I'll post it again. It was in there, but long story short, what he got to and the point that he stated was, he was like, look, I use my minority branding, my cap statement, my everything to highlight the fact that I'm a minority and I go after government contracts. He's like, I didn't even know those things existed. I didn't even know there was like a special dedication for it or nothing like that. And so he's like, that's what I did. And so when we're talking about creating generational wealth, this is another avenue in which to create generational wealth. I wouldn't take my $70,000 that we were talking about earlier and put it into that because it's a long play. However, if you're going to be there for the next couple of years, take your $70,000 and create a business and get people around you to help you go after writing government contracts and so forth. But the podcast that I'm talking about is called Government Contracting Officer Podcast. And they're based out of Florida. And what they do is they'll actually sit down with you, and if you need to respond to a proposal, they'll help you respond to the proposal. Basically, they'll write it up for you, but they're gonna charge you to write it up. But again, you may not have the people on your team to help you write it up. You may be a 2-man show or a 3-man show, and y'all are all working. but you can pay pooling your money together, your $70,000 that y'all got, right? To pull that together to go pay them $10,000 or $15,000 to write up their bid. It's a win. It's a win, lose, or draw. But again, if they've been doing it and they got success rate, and you have been politicking with the people that you need to politic with, then you can then say, okay, let me go ahead and put into this, and then maybe I might get, but you never know what you might get. That's the beauty of it, is you might get a hit and you might not. It may not be somebody else that actually go after it. It just depends, right? So I implore you to listen to them. I like them. I like them because they keep their podcast 20 minutes, 23 minutes, take notes, come back again, and they pick up where they left off. They're very consistent. I like their podcast. Again, they give you a chance to call in as well too. You can go check out their website as well. Again, they have a boot camp as also. So I like their podcast. This is Skyway Acquisition is the name of them. And here it is right here. Like they say, consulting and training for federal contractors. If you want to get in and start doing some training with them, they got some training and so forth. I'm not pumping them as like I use them already. I'm pumping them because I like the structure. I like things I can go to if I don't understand something. I can go get help from them. They got a class for me to take, and I can go take it. Eric Coffey also has a class. I'm just giving you multiple resources, right? Go check them out. You may not like them. You might like Eric's stuff. But again, don't not do nothing. Right? Not do nothing. And you don't have to go into government contractor from a tech perspective. You can go in by cleaning gyms. You can go in by delivering food. You can go in by delivering. They was even looking for people for social media. They was like, hey, does somebody know how to set up our social media account? We need help with that. And they was looking for people for social media. There are a ton of things that you can do from government contracting aspect, but it's going to take work, and it's going to take some patience. It's going to take you setting up your business correctly and doing those things. But if you're not willing to do all of that and you don't want to do that, you're going to need to get some skills, so you can get some W-2 and some 1099 income coming in, and you may partner with somebody. That's the beauty of flexibility and work, right? I'm just giving you options so that you can have your money, make you some money. And so that's where we're at.
And in terms of government contracting, the SBA has some free courses.
Yep.
In the DMV, I normally take SBA courses that are free on federal contracting. That they do have resources.
Yep.
And the one last thing is, you talked of tech, AI, cybersecurity. There's a lot of federal government contracts, especially for minorities. Nobody is basically taking advantage for that. There's a lot of contracts in machine learning and deep learning and all this. And you can, again, I'm looking into everything, construction, everything. I'm trying to basically be my own entity itself. But again, there are opportunities. We just need to go after it. And again, staying in the sideline is no more an option anymore. This is where we need to be.
Yeah, I mean, staying on the sideline and not executing, right? You could be on the sideline. Some people call it execution because they're observing, but if you're not getting in the game and getting grass stains on you, man, the time is over, right? And that's what I really wanted to drive home today. I really want us to be present in the future of what tech looks like, being present in what generational wealth looks like. I don't want to see the charts 20 years from now when me and D probably can't do women in Linux no more. We're like, girl, we sick of that shit. All right. I want to be able to look at the stats and be like, yo, at least I had I played a part in that and moving the needle from 50,000 to 200,000. I want to be a part of that conversation. I want to be a part of we actually influence somebody. I don't care if we influence 10 people and we change 10 lives, or we change 10 families, and those 10 families change another 10 families. I just want to be a part of that conversation, because no longer can we afford not to be a part of the conversation. We're a part of the conversation of being wiped out. That's the conversation we're a part of. We're part of the conversation where they don't even count your funds when you walk in the door. When how they count you is how they look at you as you gonna steal. I mean, I went into Walmart probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I was checking out and I was scanning some travel size stuff before I went to Vegas, and the lady came over to me, nope, you're in here trying to steal. I was like, lady, I'm not trying to steal no travel size Listerine and Pantene. I don't want that. I said, I'm just getting it because I didn't want bigger stuff to go with me. I said I could take smaller stuff. But again, I was like, she was like, well, I'm gonna count all your items. And then she called security over. I was like, are you serious? Like, you really trying to think I'm trying to steal something? I said, I just spent $400 here the night before. Now you trying to tell me I'm trying to steal some Pantene? And I still ain't rung on all my stuff? Like, lady, you smoking. Like, come on now. But again, it is the thought process of that you're, because of who you are and what you look like, you're trying to steal, right? And part of that is because, one, I don't think you got any money. The other part is she probably was being racist. I don't know. I don't want to pull that card, but I'm gonna go with the fact that you probably looked at me and you said she ain't got it. Like, you ain't got the tools, Sway. And I'm looking at her like, nah, that ain't what it is, right? You know, like, don't try to wait till I ring up for damn near $400 worth of stuff and then go through my bag. You wasted my time. No, go on and ring this up. So she came over there. She held up an item to the thing. It said, would you like to remove the item? I was like, because it got rung up. Then she picked up another one. I was like, because it got rung up. And then the last one she picked it. I was like, now you got egg on your face. And I was loud with her on purpose because it made me mad.
I'm just trying to get over the fact that you think I ain't got the money, but you work at Walmart.
Hey, she ain't got the tools, Sway. But that's what I'm simply saying. Like, it is that mindset of when you walk in, you ain't got it. We can't hear you, D. We can't hear you, D. We can't hear you.
I said, we don't know how much top flight security is making. We don't got the answers. She might be the head of regional security.
No, she not. She not. It's Walmart. I'm just gonna make a quick Walmart. So here in Fayetteville, a fun fact about Walmart. We have this one Walmart that's off of Skybow.
Which Fayetteville, Georgia or North Carolina?
Oh, my bad. Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Okay.
Fayetteville.
Oh yeah. So let me tell you something about the Walmart off of Skybow in Fayetteville, North Carolina. It doesn't make the most money out of all the Walmarts, but the most people go through their doors out of all the Walmarts in the United States, right? So I was going through a concealed carry class one time, and I don't know if people notice, but you don't really see too many news articles or anything about the crimes that happen outside of Walmarts. You know, these Walmarts that apparently you walked in and you broke. So, but anyways,
and I'm broke and dusty.
You broke and dusty and left. No, I'm just playing. But you don't hear about the crimes anymore. There's still a lot of crimes that go on.
You see those big cameras they put in the parking lot? I parked right under it.
So let me tell you what happened. There some years ago, there was a gang initiation outside of that Walmart. Yes, there was a gang initiation. So this woman and her child were going to their car or whatever, and they watched this man get drugged to one area and beat down and all type of stuff. And then it was on the news. So someone from Walmart Corporation or whatever, so on and so forth, went and got that removed. And they said, if you ever post anything like that about our corporation again, we're going to remove our advertising. So from then on out, we have all these crimes that happen over there at these Walmarts that think you come in there to steal, but they got the power and the money, so you don't see it no more. But that's why I just think it's funny that she thought you was coming in there to steal.
Yeah, I was like, lady, I do not want the Pantene, because I bought a little travel thing because I was like, it's got out of the 6 items in here, it got 4 items that I'll use, and I'll substitute. I'll take them 2 items out and put my little 2 items in there, and then boom, it's travel. Boom, I got a little package. I'm good. Man, when she started doing that, I looked at her. I was like, for Pantene, lady, stop it. You're killing me. These travel size little things. Come on now. Like it'd be different if I was in there and I'm like, and I'm literally swiping like, oh, like let me swipe and put it in my bag and swipe.
My inner Karen would have kicked in at that moment. I need your manager.
Like, lady, stop it. Like
I'm gonna need your manager.
mad. Like, man, but again, I'm saying that to say that we get discounted on multiple levels, not just from the money, but also from the fact of what the image is as well too. And so it does that all these factors play out in your day-to-day lives when we walk in and out. So for me, if I know you're gonna stress me out when I go to the job, if I know you're gonna be mean and nasty and nicey at the same time, at least pay me for that, for my pain and suffering while I'm there. So that 600,000 and you can go up. I'm looking for you to go up. I'm not looking for you to go back. I'm looking for you to go up. So that's why I tell y'all, make as much money as you can, because you're gonna have pain and suffering on the job. It is always going to be that one person that's going to be mean and nasty. It's going to always be a Karen or a Timothy or a John, and sometimes it's a Tamika and a D and a whatever that come out. I'm just saying to you is this: get paid for your pain and suffering that you already know is going to come up.
You know what bothers me at those stores, the Walmart, the Sam's, all of them, when you at the self-checkout and you had that receipt and the person that's standing by the door then sat and watched you check out and still want your receipt. And you just be like, I know loss prevention has followed me around the store. I know that you've just watched me ring up 57 waters. What are you doing? I had to ask finally the people at Sam's, they got a little POS system where they can scan it. Cause I'm like, what are you doing? Like looking at that and that little yellow swipe, I was like, that is theft deterrence. They finally got them a barcode scanner. I was like, does that really work? What are you looking for? I need to know. Because it's another line after my line.
Yeah. But I'll say this. This is probably the last thing I'll say. We need to repair our reputation, not only in media and everything, but everywhere. We need to spread real substantial information that can help us grow. Women in Linux can't be the only one that spreads it. We need more.
I mean, we don't get the clicks. I mean, let me tell you now, if I come on here and I did a whole show about Jada and I do a whole show about Will and Chris,
11,000 people.
We'll be packing, we'll be rocking stations.
But that's the thing. That Jada and all that really ain't putting money in my pocket. It's putting money in their pocket, but not in my pocket.
I agree. But
I have a question though. I have a question. And I have this question because, I'm not saying that, some Black people don't do things, right? Everybody got their bunch, right? But repairing our reputation, what does that actually mean? Because we already know that media is going to portray us in a certain light. So how do because we know that all types of crimes, it can't be all the Black people doing all the crime. It doesn't make sense. I just saw an Asian lady shoot her on the news that shot her 2 kids in the head and it was captured in a van trying to OD on some heroin. Like other people are doing things. However, we're still perpetrated like we do 100% of the crime. I think that other types of voices and other types of people and things that we do need to be amplified.
But we have a blueprint. The Jewish community does it best. They amplify the best of the best. you never see the worst of the worst. You always see the Jewish community they own the entertainment industry, they own the jewelry industry. You see
Yeah,
them.
you can do that when you own it.
Yeah, but that's the problem. The Jewish, if you can see it, that means it's possible. Then we need to know how to do it. But again, we are now so focused on the irrelevant stuff and forget that the other people are basically accumulating their wealth, setting up their next generations for the best of the best. And we are still just around watching and playing with the entertainment they are producing. And that's a problem.
That that's way more. That's really complicated, and I'm kind of I'm kind of with D on this one. That's way more complicated, and without getting too deep into it, I think a bigger issue
Life is
as far as
complicated.
it
Life
is.
is.
Uh, it is, but a bigger issue, in my opinion, is the fact that a lot of people are being told what to think and about us and about themselves, and they don't even realize it. But when we talk about repairing our reputation, I gotta ask too, like, what does that mean and what does that look like? Because when you talk about how they only portray their best, if they can, if they are a group of people or groups of people that control certain things, they're only going to show what makes them look good. That's anybody. You know what I'm saying? So in my opinion, rather than saying you know, we need to fix our reputation, I'm a proponent of taking our respect. So I mean, in order to do that, we
Respect is
have to.
earned. Again, respect is earned.
I
And how
think it's I think it's given. I don't think it's earned.
And
oh
Because
and also it's in a respect, it's demanded. Like how your energy enters a space determines what the energy you're going to get back. Now, I'm not saying some people are just going to be on some BS. Some people are going to be on some BS, but that age-old biblical treat others like you want to be treated. Some people don't know how to treat themselves. Some people are not good to themselves. So don't treat me like you treat you. That's I don't want how you treat you. You go in there and you give what you want back in return. Now, again, like Don said, some of this stuff I understand. I'm not discounting your proverbial we, right? We as a people, that can be broken down into so many things. However, from a very young age, again, to me, it's about the community. And I'm going to start with who I can put my hands on. And if I can put my hands on 41 people, those 41 people are here to hear, they're here to hear what I have to say and to learn. And they want some of that. They want some of that energy. Now, what these 41 people do with that energy, hopefully it's in a positive. Hopefully they take some and they start planting seeds. Like that's the only proverbial weed that I am worried about is the eyes, is my energy, what I'm putting out to sow my seeds on what I get back in return. I can't worry about who ain't done it. I'm only focused on who wants it. Who wants it and who's going to do something with it. And those gains propel me to the next level. And again, like we mentioned Eric coming on and he was on the show and you said, did anybody use him? I don't care if anybody called Eric because he was our network and he's our relationship. So we're going to use the relationship anyway. We planted a seed. We said, hey group, this is a person. We've co-signed it. I've taken his course. I've learned this. And we think that this is good information if you want to learn this. If you need it, the resource is there. If you don't need it, then it's not there. Maybe Tony B can pass that information on to a cousin or a friend that is looking for that information. That's all I can do. Worrying about who don't want it and who ain't got it and how we gonna get them to get it. One day they'll want it. One day they might never want it.
They don't. But I mean, I hope everybody in here is on a mission to at least 1 million, actually. 200,000 is the salary, but I really want everybody at $1 million, right? And that's not
But
salary. That is on a wealth journey for $1 million to have in your savings, in your 401k, I should say, however you want to look at that. But I
and I
mean,
yeah,
just to get there, like we literally just we have to get there. Like we don't have no choice. Like if we not moving and grooving in that way, then it don't make sense. And I do want to do a meetup where we could actually sit down and talk about in person, like literally I'm at the point like, nah, everybody on here is going to do a screen share, and everybody's going to pull out $500, and you're going to put it in a Fidelity account, and you're going to make an investment into this, and we're going to all sit there and do click next. You're going to buy this. You're going to do this. Like, it's literally at that point. Like, oh, so you ain't going to execute? Okay, yeah, we're going to execute as a group. We're going to move as a group. We're going to move. We're going to get this going. Like, that's like I feel like that's like where we need to be at. Like, like, oh, okay, you did the Fidelity this week. Okay, we're going to let that ride for a month. See how we doing. See what we looking like. Okay, now let's go and set this up. Let's put $1,000 into that account and put $100 in there every month. Okay, we got that set up this month. So by the end of the year, you have your 3-bucket strategy set up. You are playing, you're in the game, you're on your way to wealth accumulation, and all you got to do is maintain those things. If you need to borrow some money, you know what? You're set up where you could borrow some money because you can go into your whole life insurance and borrow it. Or if you need to buy your first house, you can go into your 401k. But remember what that looks like in the long run, how much money you actually lose that's making money for you in the long run. So you may have to double back on that and try something else. But again, we want to be able to move how we want to move and not be dictated to how we have to move. That's the beauty of the freedom to move how you want to move and not be dictated to how you got to move, because somebody has these magical strings on you in order to do those things, and those magical strings come from different places. It don't have to be a job. It could be magical strings with an opportunity that you got into. It could be a husband, it could be a wife, it could be a child, it could be children, it could be family. It could be a number of things, but you don't have the freedom to do how you want to move. You remember playing pinball? Anybody remember playing pinball and you got the buttons on the side, and then the little thing is flick it back and forth, right? Right? You flick it back and forth. That's really what we be doing, right? Da, 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 boom, and then you get this.
Love
And
a good pinball.
yeah, we're flicking back and forth. To me, that's what it sounds like to me. A lot of times in conversations, we're just pinballing an idea back and forth. It just go back and go forth. It might hit something, but in our case, it ain't hitting nothing. If we still at talking about 50, it ain't hitting nothing above 50,000 points. We're not getting the flashing lights on the back of the pinball where the lights turn and all of this, that, and that. You get extra play or whatever. You get 2 balls to do whatever. We ain't doing that. We just one ball flicker. I just say it, right?
yeah. But that's again, I believe that's what you talk to the manager. That's what we need. But
we don't talk about them.
okay, apart from what we need as a community, that's what
I told you I trippy trapped over there. It was a big mistake.
It was adjacent.
It was a big mistake. I went to go see what all the hype was about.
There's no hype in it.
It was a big mistake.
There's no hype. It's entertainment.
It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I left out of there so depleted.
Yeah. It's
like somebody just hit, like I hit the damn deer. Like what happened?
But Tam learned a lot though. She learned about the need to be liked.
Was I not there?
I learned what now?
What happened to me?
Percentages.
Like,
What I learned,
I was so confuzzled. Like,
Every time I go
what
there,
are
new
you doing in
concepts.
here? What is going on?
Oh yeah.
I said,
I learned. You know what I learned? Because
learned about the need to be liked.
New concepts each day.
I'm petty. You know what I learned? This is what I learned. I learned that I got because I'm a black female. I people know that I have children, so I'm a baby mother.
Oh, I'm a baby mama. Yeah.
I'm a baby mother.
I'm a bird.
And I date.
And I'm like, what kind of bird am I? I'm a parakeet.
And I date Pookie and Ray Rays. That's what I learned. I learned that that's what I am. I'm a mother, and so I play up to that, right?
And they have pity on if I have a man, they feel sorry for him.
No, this is my favorite one right here because somebody was in the comments talking about drop your dress size and your height, and I was like, well, I wear a size 40X dress. I wear a 40X, and I wear a size 15 shoe. And the person who kept making comments about it, I told them, I said, you should know my dress size and stuff because we got 3 kids together and I'm waiting on your child support. And if I don't get your child support, I'm going to send you to jail and you never going to see your kids. So I just play up to it because you keep asking me and making assumptions about me for nothing. So I'm going to give you something to cry about, right? So that conversation went on. That person eventually left me alone.
Send me a picture of this man the next
Don't
day.
do it, D. Don't do it. Don't do it, D. Don't do it. D.
But it's
Let
like,
it go.
do they know who they're talking to? Like,
and I was like,
some of them, they have no idea. Like, I have kids. I am I got kids. I am a baby mother. I date Pookie and Ray Ways, and I am on child support. So and I'm on welfare. So hey, if that is what the going woman is in that space, if that's what it is, then so be it. I was like, hey man, I was like, you got me picked out. So the ignorant part of me is always like when men ask for dress sizes, because y'all are men up here, I won't say what I really want to say, but when I hear that, I be like, I ask other questions. So again, bad knees, tartar on your mouth, on your teeth and stuff. But we can go on. But again, I'm being nice. I'm being nice because y'all are on the panel. Y'all are our guests, right? So,
don't be nice for my sake. I'm here for all that.
An echo chamber, so
that's because you petty D.
Yeah, be petty.
That's why you're petty D.
Well,
I know your time.
Again,
I met you in the hallway before.
We didn't necessarily go on that show for that, right? I actually went on that show because he was actually asking about stats, because some of the stats that were revealed the day before stated that 40% of Black women don't have kids and 80% of Black men do have kids, right? Or at least one child. And so I had pulled up some Pew research that stated that 67% of Black fathers, at least had a kid out of wedlock. So, and that was from 2011. So did we go worse? Did we get worse, or did we do better over time? And if she's stating that it's 80%, I'm thinking we probably got worse over time, that we actually have that many fathers or that many Black men out there who are fathers, right? So for me, it was more about here's what I found, and I read it off, and then that immediately sparked the conversation. She's wrong. The Pew research is not to be trusted. Well, I'm like, I said this on the live. If the Pew research is not to be trusted, then please pull up and send me an email or drop in the chat a reputable website that goes against this. If you don't have that, this is what we're going to have to go off of. That's just what it is.
I think once you bring those stats, it's the next thing is I think it's the women's fault. It's not the man. 80%. What happened? It's a blame
Who got
game.
the
It's a
stat?
blame
Somebody got
this,
the
blame
stat.
that, blame.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. And so I don't get off into all of that.
It's a blame game.
Yeah.
It becomes a
You can't
blame
win
game.
for losing. It's no blame. It ain't no game. It's
Yeah.
just it's accusatory.
Yeah.
And nobody, it's like,
I
I
stop.
literally like, I agree with you. I agree.
I
And
stop.
they are like, still,
You're lying. We don't agree.
I agree.
You're
But I agree. What
No, I don't.
is this energy? But it's like fresh meat.
But that's the problem. You don't see that same energy with economics or talking about the GDP.
Here's where
all
you
those
hear your
stuff.
engineering cannabis. It's rubbing against your collar. Something's
Okay,
rubbing
sorry.
against
Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
I say you don't see that same energy in economics or all that stuff, but again,
Let me tell you where you don't have that same energy at. You don't have that same energy when you're making over 200,000. That energy, that conversation never comes up.
never. It doesn't. No,
And
really.
the conversation doesn't come up. It doesn't come up because people don't have time to worry about that. They're like, man, how can I get to the next level? What does that look like? What are we gonna do with this money? Again, I've never understood, and this is call me naive, call me masculine, call me a man. I don't give a damn. I really don't. I never understood why in the hell can we have a household income where both people are able to bring in 2, 3, 4, 500,000? I don't understand it, and I would never understand it because it doesn't make sense to me in the long term for creating generational wealth. At some point, I don't care who makes the most money, he or she is going to get tired. It's just facts. Somebody's going to get sick. It's just facts, right? And so hopefully we have had successful returns on our investments where we are okay. But if not, we need to work to get there, right? We need to work to get there. And in order to work to get there, I can't look at Don and be like, Don, I'm quitting. I make 600K a year. You make 300. I'm gonna quit my job. And we're not gonna have no plan. I'm just gonna quit.
Oh, we're gonna have a conversation. That's what we're gonna have.
Ain't no
Like, hold on.
conversation. You the man.
Hold on.
You the man.
We're gonna have a conversation.
No, this is not how it works. We don't have no conversation. I'm gonna go back to cutting and being extreme coupons and going to salads to get my beauty supplies.
I'm not playing in your sandbox. We are having a conversation. No, but no, I got you.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, and what I was saying over there, and clearly that I think that was missed, or it wasn't missed. It just wasn't. It wasn't received. It wasn't received. I said if a woman is making 300,000, this was the scenario. The woman is making 300,000, and the man is making 175,000, and they was like, if the man came to you and asked you to quit, would you quit your job? And I said, why? Why are we quitting without a plan? That's first. I was like, I would quit my job if I'm going to work for the next 3 or 4 years. And if I work for the next 3 or 4 years, we're going to live off of your 175,000. We're going to stack my entire 300,000. I'll quit then, and then we go have kids. I don't understand why that's a bad plan.
That's because you're talking to people who don't plan.
That was my point.
That because you came up with it.
That was my point.
Because she came up with that plan. It wasn't his plan.
Right.
But that's the thing I don't understand. And like, so I was previously married, and even though I got divorced, like there's so many good things that come with being couple in a partnership, being married. Why don't people talk about that? Like, and I'm not even gonna lie, like I used to plan out moves like that, and I personally I wouldn't really want my wife working in certain situations because I believe like the marriage is an institution, but we will also prepare for that together. And it's not like, even though I assume ultimate responsibility, like I take her input. Like I'm not gonna stop her from working or nothing like that. Everything is just within reason, and the there's some benefits that you get from actually being married that like goes beyond like financial. Like
Of
when I
course.
was married, that was the hardest that I've ever worked in my life on
Of
all
course.
ends, and it felt good.
Mm-hmm.
It felt good and purposeful.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
But
We need
again,
to change our conversations.
but again, I'm just highlighting the point of if we're not financially there yet, where that woman could be in a situation where she don't have to, or the family doesn't have to be in a situation where you're paycheck to paycheck. Why isn't that we can't both go out? Again, I just got questions. I don't know nobody at the age of 25 that don't have no job, or the age of 35 that don't have no job. I just don't know no women like that. So again, I don't know any women that are not working.
Which goes to my next question. Where are you finding these people? Where
I
are you
just don't know no
finding
women
these
that are
people
not working.
where are you finding these women that you're dating? Where do you find them at? Where are they hanging out? I don't know these people.
I don't know no women that's still playing hopscotch and jacks. I just don't know women that are, again, not to say they're not out there, where you're at home with your mom and then you're ready to do your thing and you get married. I mean, I got married and I was living at my mom's house, and I moved out. But I had moved out before, when I was 19, and I moved back in when I was 23. So me, I went back in at that. So I don't know. A couple shouldn't have those type of conversation after they get married. I agree. Those things should be discussed as part of the vetting process. I agree. But again, I asked the question: how does that look, and where does that happen at? And I personally don't
But
know.
you'll be surprised at the number how some you can discuss one thing and then after you say I do, things change. Like when I got married, my ex thought I was
Look.
perfect.
He's like, let me adjust for that one.
Yes. I mean, and also you may talk about things, but marriage, like men romanticize about what their marriage looks like as well as women. And I think that's a conversation that doesn't surface ever, because and it's like, where did you see this example of the marriage for you? You know what I'm saying? Like what is it that you want to do? And I found that a lot of men are more traditional than they think they are.
Exactly.
And it's okay to do that. Well, again, like you said, Don, like let's have a conversation, because you can go in one way, KD, and you can have a conversation, you can have a great plan, and life happens and shifts that plan. But it's always, that's why communication is so important, because as you shift through these changes, you should be able to communicate effectively about what's going on. And sometimes you needed some time to articulate what you're actually feeling, or actually what you want to do with that, and how you're going to move in that new space.
And the other thing that I've also found too is that for some men, the ring is important for them. Like I know some guys are like, if I'm marrying a woman, she gonna have the biggest ring out there because everybody gonna know that's my wife. That's how some men think. It don't be on the women. I know some men that are like, hey, when we get married, we getting a big wedding. I want it all. I want everything big. Everything is gonna be grandiose. And that's just some of the men that I know. And then I know some men are like, I don't want a big wedding, but you're gonna get this big ring, and vice versa. So it depends. I'm like, well, don't get the ring, go get the land. Go get the shopping plaza.
Yeah, but when somebody was talking about nobody spoke about getting married at a young age and so
Generational
on and
wage.
so forth. Yeah, getting married at a young age, and that's why it was so important when you were saying that they're not getting passed on all this other stuff. When you're in positions like we were in, getting married at a young age, you ain't thinking about all that land and stuff.
Exactly.
You not thinking.
But your family may not even have it. It was more my point.
That's the second part of it, though. That's the second part. You not think about it, and your people ain't got it, and they in their head space, they probably can't even comprehend why you need to be in that space. Because
they doing good getting you a KitchenAid mixer.
And that's the thing. And I didn't even when I get married, I didn't even get a KitchenAid mixer because I paid for my own shit, my own meal, and all that other bullshit. You talking about all you get is $5,000? I barely got a congratulations. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't get nothing. I didn't get nothing. I think some girlfriends bought me a drink, but I went and crept and got married. But at the end of the day, once you got married, nobody was like, "Hey."
No, I got married. I got stuff. I
ain't get nothing.
I got tons of gifts. I got money. We got sent off and the whole nine. Like, yeah, I got stuff. I can't say that we didn't get money. We got money. We got gifts, wedding gifts, the whole nine. Even it was even to the point, like, this is how crazy it was, because when I was working at General Motors, when you work at Plant Life, everybody's like a family. So for Plant Life, they was like, hey, make sure you come to the barbecue, right? We throwing you a barbecue because we know we about to see you off, right? These are older men and women. Let me tell you something. This is why I love older people. The older men and the older women, the older men took my ex-husband off down the street in the car. And they was like, let me tell you something. If we hear anything about you doing anything to her, if we hear anything about something happening to her, we coming to get you. We would snipe you off. We would snipe you off. Same thing with the women that were in the plant. They was like, we would snipe you off. Like, they was like gang. It was like we will get with you. We don't have that problem. And when I say they got in his face and like stepped on his foot and like grabbed him by the shirt and was like, no, sir, we're serious. That right there, that one over there, that one right there, that's mine. Like, so when it come down to like for me, and even with my family, like my family, my friends, like they're like, no, they ain't how gonna go with that one right there. We gonna ride. So I had the same philosophy when it come to my friends. Like, that one right there is coming with me. Now the other ones I don't know about, but my friend, this one right here, that one coming with me. That one over there, that's my friend. That's coming with me. That one right there, that's coming with me. That's
her
how
favorite
I
one.
roll.
She ain't gonna do that.
She
ain't gonna do that. I'm telling. They be like, how you know? She not gonna do that.
Yeah, you married you married the family and the friends. That's just how my family and my friends were. Now my mom wasn't like that. My mom was like, you sure you want to marry her? And she was like, okay, be on your little way. My mom was a cold piece. I don't know if y'all know that. My mom was a cold piece. Mama, if you're watching, you're a cold piece. Girl, you're a cold piece. My mama was like, so you want to marry her? You sure? Well, take her on up out of here.
And look, that's how her people was, because they was like, because we have been dating for Oh man. But we had been dating for a little bit and they were just waiting like. But then I also had I just carry myself a different way. Like by the time we get to that point, it's just like people know like not to even approach me that way because they know that I'm going to be a certain way with that person because I already shown that's who I am the whole time. So I've never gotten that. Like parents, they be loving me. They was like, take her. Please take her.
Yeah, and all I'm simply saying is this: a lot of people get into these conversations and they're talking about vetting and all of that, and you can do all the vetting you want. Yeah, you can do all the dating you want, and you think you know something, but you don't really know something till you really don't have no money. Like get some money and then go without some money. That's when you really see people true colors. And when you start seeing your family true colors. Don't call your family and be like, yo, I need to, we down on our luck. I need to borrow for 400. He ain't got that 400. Like I didn't have that problem because I didn't call home. I suffer before I call home. I suffer. I'll wade through the water. I like you said, I pick up bricks and walk 5 miles before I call home for it because I'm gonna try to figure out a way.
I did my mama the same way. I said, "You need what?" I said, "Don't you got a man?"
Shoot. Her people used to
I was like,
call
I
her.
can't even got one of them. You should be calling me.
Her people used to what?
Shoot, her people used to call her, and she used to roll over to me like.
What you thinking? Right, but now again, everybody marriage is gonna be different, and everybody person is gonna be different. The echo chambers are what they are. You do what works for you. You do what works for you and that person in that marriage. And I don't know. Everybody say there's modern woman, traditional woman. I don't really know what that is. I think women are women and men are men. I don't care what adjective you put in front of them or whatever, right? Some are whiny, some are not. I think at some point everybody is whiny, men and women. It depends on what it is, right? But when we're looking at it, I think you have to do what really makes you and that person happy, and you have to figure out what that happiness is for you. And if that happiness is not that person, then move on. If it is with that person, work it out. But you have to utilize your skills in order to get there, right? And that's just my end of story. I don't know what that looks like. I don't want to generalize because I hate the generalizations, because what Tony B like and what I like ain't the same thing. Who they know and I know ain't the same thing. What they like in a man ain't what I like in a man. Same for D. The same for Duns. What you like in a woman ain't what wealth engineering like in a woman, or what some other man like in a woman. Everybody got their own thing, right? And if we go under the guise that we all gonna travel this big group think thing, that ain't gonna be it. That's just not it. It don't even make sense.
We'll be always trying to herd them in from the back. like come on.
These groups, like I just be telling people, like, if you really sit down and look, like, a lot of people keep saying this submission thing. Like, what we really want is cooperation. We don't want no submission, and that's perfectly fine.
And I think that's different for everybody. I think that's maybe what you have. That's what you want. But from the sounds of it, it is totally like a submissive thing, and I don't know what that means. I think it means differently for every man, because some of the men on the show last night was like, if she coming into this house, she gonna get beat. And I'm like, what does that mean? Like, and they was like, and he was like, and I said what I said. He was like, I do the beating around here on everybody and everything. And I was just like, everybody was like, you can go to jail for that. But again, that's his plight, that's his thing, that's what he want, that's how he saw it. And I just, yay, maybe some woman is willing and rated to get, like Dion say, get beat on the bottom of her feet. Maybe somebody's waiting for that. I don't know. Like, it is what it is. Like,
and I understand, you want cooperation, right? But that's to be said, because sometimes you gotta agree to disagree. Because what if I ask you some perfect example, right? When I was married, I wanted a motorcycle. It was a negative. I wanted me and my spouse to have one. He was like, I'm not getting on one. No, and neither are you. No. Okay, so that wasn't cooperation. He said what he said. I was like, okay, but I still want one. It didn't negate the fact that I still wanted one. And when I was single, I had one. Like it still was something that I wanted. Like he didn't stop it. It was delayed. It was deferred. It was a dream deferred. And I had it, and now I don't have it anymore. Like sometimes you're not going to agree. We ain't gonna be like, hey, where we at today on that? We cooperating on that? Hell no, I'm not doing that. You're not either.
I think when I look at that more of a, okay, I don't want to throw out words, but I think of that more like compromising over cooperation. I'm thinking about it a little different when I think about cooperation. But if I value the marriage more than I do a motorcycle, then I'm just gonna okay. But if I really want something,
one.
Huh? I mean, I'm getting one like in general.
Right. It's a compromise.
Like if I like
compromise, like I said, in my mind, it wasn't no. It was like, okay, I get it. I got some kids. Who gonna drive in a motorcycle with me? I get it. You clumsy. You might not live. I get it. I get it. But
but this is a different question, right? This is something I'm just thinking about. And ladies in the chat, y'all can answer this or not. What is the minimum? Because I've been seeing this floating around. Because I can go on with this conversation.
I'm hungry.
I am too. What is the minimum right now, financially, that you want your family to be at? And this is it. You don't have to be like, oh, when I meet a man, I want him making 100,000. What is the minimum you want your family to be at? And
family of what? How many?
Let's say a family of 4. Let's say it's a man and a woman.
In the bank and money coming in every month.
Yeah. So what does that look like, right? For a family of 4 these days, what does it look like for a man and a woman who are just married? What does that look like? What is that number? What is that number for you and him to be safe at? And going forward, if you're single, what is that number for you all to be safe at? And I'm only asking that question because I just want to see like where are people really headed when we're talking about generational wealth, because $100,000 is not generational wealth to me. It's a start to try to build generational wealth, but it's not generational wealth to me. So I want to leave you all with that. Somebody said $350 a year will be ideal. Okay. He needs to get with the right woman he's going to be. And she needs to
What happened?
So reading the chat, somebody say he needs to get with the right woman, and she's going to need that he's going to beat, and she needs a gun. And then somebody say, Afia said $350 a year. But again, I put that number out there because when you're talking to someone and you're dating someone, you pick up on nuances. You pick up on things that they say. If you know you're focused on generational wealth, and somebody come in and they talking about they getting ready to go buy this they didn't hit for 200,000, they getting ready to go buy this GT3 911, and this is what they riding in. That might not, that may not be the person for you, right? So again, you all have to have these conversations. And I can be totally transparent. When I was 25, I didn't have conversations about credit scores and all of that. we was 24, 25. I wasn't talking about no credit score. I was just glad liked me, right? Like I'm glad he liked me and my parents and my folks liked him. Like that was as simple as that.
That was so opposite of me. I had what? We got insurance.
But no, we're talking about when you first met.
What? Our courtship happened so fast. It was like it wouldn't even
But
been the next step if I didn't know something.
Do you nosy?
Huh?
You're nosy.
No, I'm not nosy. I need to know.
Nosy.
That's not nosy. That I need to know. It's facts that I need to know. That's not being nosy. That's knowing the facts so I can make a decision.
No, D. You on your first day, D, you nosy.
Huh?
D, you nosy.
I need to know. Those are facts that I need.
Natasha, don't stick up for her. Where's the boot? How can I kick Natasha out? How can I kick Natasha? Where's the thing?
Hey,
I need to kick Natasha.
I need to know before what's going on here.
Not at I ain't talking about now. I'm talking about at 25.
I told you I need to know.
Nosy.
What is you got going on? You got a passport. You know your blood type. You got insurance. You got some credit. Do you have a credit card? Do you have a bank account? Did you graduate high school?
That's different. The graduating from high school. That makes sense.
Oh, I need to know what you got good credit. What's your credit score?
See, now when I was 25, but again, like you said, there was some assumptions for me, right? Because he was in the military, so there were assumptions. There was assumptions for me, like you know, you should be okay because you have these things established. That was the
and I definitely get it. But also, if I'm leaving my house and we co-mingling our lives, I need to know some facts before I leave out my cozy villa. Like I can't do it.
Well, I mean, that's now.
Right? No, that was then.
That's now.
No, that was then.
For me, it's now.
If we were still friends, you could ask him. He'd be like, he was set up. Like I said, when we moved in together, we were on the road to marriage.
Yeah, that was when y'all moved
we are on the road, and I ain't got no ring, and we on the road. This is what the road looks like for me. What does it look like for you? Let's talk about that road.
Well, see, all that was taken care of. He already had insurance, and I married into insurance because he had, X, Y, and Z. So
different paths.
Yeah,
different types of relationships.
Yeah, I was rolling into an established already, right? It wasn't like he had to go and get it. It was given. If that makes
sense. More information. I needed to have more set up.
That's control. All right, people. It's been easy. It's been real. Tony B said 400K salary with family of 4 and debt free. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if you're there, congratulations. You're working towards it. Congratulations, because you're executing and working towards it. I'm excited. Right. I'm excited. But it's been real. We've been 5:02, 5 hours and 2 minutes. It's been entertaining. I hope y'all had fun. I hope you enjoyed some of the videos. I hope y'all also got a chance to understand. I posted the link. I mean, not the link. I posted the text file inside of Creating Wealth of what your options could be when you're making a salary of $400,000 and what your options could be for investing. Right? Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know about programs. I mean, there's plenty of programs out there.
Everything we talk about, an older gentleman can do.
Yeah. So again, make your money as much as you can. Invest as much as you can. Look for tax shelters. Go back and look at the videos for the tax strategies. I talked about them. Go back and look at the videos where I talked about how to get into whole life insurance. We talked about term life insurance. We talked about annuities. In fact, we didn't talk in depth on annuities. My notes, I still have my notes for annuities and stuff like that. We still gotta get that. Yeah, Kimmy, you gotta go watch the whole show. Tony B, you can you know what? I don't, who gonna chop the videos up, D? Tony B was like, can we chop up the videos?
The person we gonna hire that's gonna let me not put that in the universe. The person we gonna hire is gonna chop up the videos.
Yeah. Yep. I don't be having time to chop up the video, so it is what it is, post and done. Get to the bag, man. Thank you so much. But however, what I do want to end on a note with is make sure you all are like, subscribe, share, and make sure you do your best to keep your health up, and make sure you do your best to make sure you're investing not just into you, but into your family that will listen.
Be kind to each other.
And be kind to each other, and don't fight a fight when you ain't got to. Right? Save your energy for investing, and save your energy for running and whatever it is that you do. Running and twerking. I'm just playing. But y'all have a great weekend, and don't forget to scrape the tartar off your teeth. All right now.